Good morning, traders. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are at the end of the week, Friday. So, as always, Friday's rules apply. You do not want to take big losses on a Friday. You don't want to take them any day, but you definitely don't want to take them on a Friday. Otherwise, you have to live and stew with those losses. Now, hopefully, lots of you made some good money, whether that be yesterday morning with me or yesterday afternoon in Discord with me. We had some great trades, so you can afford to just take your foot off the gas a little bit today. Let's wait and see what we get setting up. And talking about those setups, let's get into the analysis. All right, so as always, starting on a daily chart right here. Daily and weekly of this week so far has taken its main objective for me, which was previous week high. All right, so big tick, we've done the objective. The only thing left right now is if we want to drive up into those top Bollinger Bands, which are starting to contract with this 5-day and 20-day moving upside and looking left. Once we get through that, we're pretty much at all-time highs, aren't we? We're pretty much there at that point. So I'm just going to mark this out just in the off chance that this market wants to do something mental today. I don't think we're going to do it, but let's just mark it out in case we get going. If we look at this current day, all right, on the futures, we basically have a fail breakdown and a turn on side. If you're looking at the ETFs, it's just an inside bar, right? Remember, when I am looking at what the bar count is doing, I'm looking at the ETFs. I don't really care about overnight. So ETFs are inside, and we're actually very close to previous day high right now in the ES. Relative strength over there in the spiders, right? Previous day high in SPY 599. We're trading right into it. ES approaching 6,000 right now with previous day high all the way up at 6,016. So inside bar, we expect chop in an inside bar. I'm ignoring this right now because we are in cash inside. Okay, so that is another thing I'm considering. We can have a rotational day. We've had pretty much a V-shaped recovery. Do we find sellers up here where we found them every single time we've come, or are we going on a giant squeeze up to Bollinger Bands? Not really sure, but maybe we can get some info for that out of the hourlies. Here you'll see what we had yesterday. All right, really nice setup yesterday afternoon after we took out previous week highs. We have this channel here, and we left lots of liquidity, and we'd never come and back tested this RBS level or this level here. So once we had run all the stops, taken all the money we needed, we get that collapse, sweep out everyone, find support on RBS, and we're starting to build back upside. Remember, overall, we remain bullish. Our main time frame, our daily, is bullish. Our hourly can remain bullish versus this pivot. I would argue that this is the trend. This can be a sweep to use liquidity to go back upside right now. It does not have to roll over. We are bullish overall. It's reclaimed some very, very key levels here in the pre-market. Level of interest I'm looking at are these wicks, which we've just traded into and stolen the liquidity. You can probably see it here battered on the 30 minutes. So this area here, 792 to sort of 812, is going to be key. I'm also thinking about a fib. If sellers are going to come in, where are they going to come in? They're going to come in this golden zone. So do I want to be a buyer up here? No, not really. The buying opportunity was down here at the open of the new session, right in the RBS range. Don't really want to be a buyer up here. So if we're going to buy today, there's a couple levels we can think about. If we hold pullbacks into Globex high, where we've built some sideways liquidity, and we know looking left, it's been an area of interest previously. If they're willing to hold sort of, we can call it just under 700 all the way down to 640. If they're willing to hold there, then we can look for some sort of bullish move here for the push back up. Wherever we'd set the high of the day, we'd be taking partials and then a runner into the high of week, the current high of week. All right, that is possible. Same if we do like a little fail breakdown and a recovery, same kind of concept. It's able to go higher. If bears, right, are just simply waiting for a deep pullback and they're looking to set an hourly or a 30-minute or whatever you want to look at lower high, I will wait for it to roll, okay? And then we can think about, is there a good opportunity here? But the better opportunity for me is once we've cleared underneath this level and stay heavy. That is a clear sign at that point that we might want to go gap fill and down. All right, so everything in here can be fairly noisy, all right, because we're waiting to see, do bulls hold or do bears take control and use the liquidity? We have a good pool of liquidity there from overnight. Those are the two things I'm looking at. Will I be buying this move up here? No, probably not. Okay, I'm probably not going to touch that. If we go like a rocket ship at the open and we go straight up, then it can happily go without me, and you know, maybe I'll consider a pullback into previous day high for a move up, but very unlikely, very, very high risk. But let's see. I'll see what the framework looks like when we get there. So far, we've moved up off NFP and we're just repricing yesterday's price action. Remember, we have an hourly imbalance here where we did a kill candle, traded inside, traded away from. We're coming back up to this level of interest. I do not want to be long in here right now. I'd rather just wait, let the market settle down, let it pick a direction. Going into the lower time frame, you can see this sort of grindy recovery. One thing I'm very aware of, even if I take these off right now, no one's been swept. No one has been swept here. I can see it very, very clearly. Think about this grind, 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 higher highs, higher lows, and higher highs, equal lows, and squeeze and grind. And that says to me, these guys here are ripe to get hurt. So if we start failing here, there is a very good chance we come and take out 637s. And then if we want to get heavy, this move here is possible. I'm not saying it has to happen. It definitely doesn't have to happen today. But the way they've built this structure is a good chance, right? There's a good chance that if we stay heavy underneath 700s, let's just call it 680s, if we start rejecting 640s, that move down to 500s becomes very, very possible. All right, so I'm very aware of that, how they've built that in. But so far, this is a fairly typical recovery after this melt. All right, and all we're doing now is taking the swing short sellers out. There's the move, there's the grind. This guy's now been taken. This guy's now been taken. This guy's now been taken. The only thing left is this pool and this pool. All right, so what did we do yesterday? We hurt all the bulls, took all their stops out. Now everyone who is swing short, we just took all their stops out, and the last levels left are right up the high of days of yesterday. That's how the market moves. All right, when the setup's there, you take it. And when it goes to destroy everyone, these are the moves we get. All right, let's have a quick look at the MAG. Moving to a 5 minute here, and we're going to do the VIX as well, because lots of things to consider. VIX first, gapping down. What a huge gap down. All right, so yesterday driving out to 1880s. Sorry, let me move this back a bit. I know we've got liquidity here. Go back further. There it is. All right, so watching this low here, fails under 17s really, opens up the door for a much deeper move. I don't think we do this today, but technically speaking, 15 and under, we're in mega bull zone. All right, so watching carefully if yesterday was just a big sell-off, profit taking to go higher, or do we catch a bid here? If we catch a bid here, there's gap fill potential to 18, and then that previous higher day. You can see volatility is still high. These are intraday moves. Think about this, intraday move from 17s up to 19s, sideways back to 17s. Can we catch a bid here, or do we fail and go down? Volatility is still relatively high. It's not like we're in the low teens trading sideways. You can see relative strength in ES, like I talked about. It's very, very clear in the spiders right now. Spiders taking out previous day high. Just be aware of that. Your cash players, all right, we gapped up. We've not come and done a wick underneath this. All right, so we are an inside bar on cash, and we're about to take out the highs. That NFP print, very, very big for this market. QQQ, relative weakness today, going to be the hardest one to long. All right, there's previous day low, there's previous day close, gapping up again, inside bar. We're inside previous day's range. We expect choppiness, but this is a bit of a V-shaped recovery with the possibility to go higher right now until it proves otherwise. Let's have a look at the MAG. Apple, make sure I'm on the right chart for you all. Apple, same kind of story. Inverse head and shoulders, a break of 202, 203 can lead to that move up towards previous day high. That's what they're looking to do, but again, inside bar. Microsoft, nice drive up, finding some profit taking up here. So Microsoft relative strength all of yesterday. Look, all it did was go upside, never gave it back. Relative strength, having a bit of a pullback into these key levels. Can it have a continuation from there will be the question. Amazon, what a beast. What a beast. So sell off yesterday. There's your V shape, inverse head and shoulder, and we're back at the neckline. Break this, we go for new highs. It's crazy. Things can change very quickly in the space of a day. Goog, same story. Same story right now. Can it build liquidity here to go higher? Meta's already done it because it's been the strong one in this market. It's breaking out right now above previous day highs. You can see there's strength in this market right now. I would not want to be a short seller at this moment. Nvidia trying to recover. This area here is supply. Trying to do the same kind of thing. Can it build liquidity here for that push? And then you have Tesla, relative weakness, but has the ability. Remember, Tesla's SSR today, any hold of 287, all right, any hold of 287, these swing shorts down here get stuck and we go up. And I would say if you're looking at Tesla, look left, we are into a massive level. This is a potential buying opportunity today and over the next few days. But today, where SSR is going to be much harder for them to short, I could see a potential recovery there. It's possible, not the full thing, but some potential recovery in it. All right, so overall, bullish overall, as always. Daily is remaining bullish. We're coming into some key levels. I'm going to let this shake out, get to probably 9:45, 10 o'clock, see what they want to do. We've just stolen this liquidity, so I can delete this white line. We've now taken that liquidity, traded into that hourly gap, into yesterday's open. New York open, that's going to be key. 87, I can extend that so we remember it. That's yesterday's futures open. How long we got here? A couple minutes. I'm going to pour my coffee, come back, read, see who's in chat, and then we'll get into the market. All right, so just remember, yesterday, all we did was pull back to an RBS level on the higher time frame. We provided buyers who want to buy cheap the opportunity to buy, and we've driven up away from that level today. Now we're waiting to see if lower time frame buyers want to come in and force this market back up to the highs, or if we get a lower high being set on like an hourly or something like that for the drift back down. And let's just wait now. We have this open in 90 seconds. I'll go through the shout outs this morning. Let's see who's here. Good morning. Ken, Miguel, Jesse, Jeff, Clint, ERF, Toby, Coop, Ramus, Richard, Christy, Thumper, Emmett, Brandon, Trentry, Peter, Tim V, DK, Aaron, Raphael, Mike, David, Jack, Glenn, Aintus, Bart, Stephen C, Ryan, Indicator, Jimbo, Myron, Firewater, Earl, Ejecto, Jake from State Farm. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, so this is the main level down here that I'm interested in. We've just swept this liquidity here. We have a little bump in the road up here. Value area high, previous day IB high. And then we're all the way up to high of week again. What a recovery. Do not be surprised if we want to give back some of, all of NFP. You can always mark this out, remember. You can mark out your NFP low. You can do an anchor off that NFP low as well. In fact, I might do an anchor off that newsprint low. Actually, is this print here? All right, so that's buyers in control of NFP. And just wait. And that NFP low would take us right back into Globex and value area low. So if they give back this opening drive and find bids there, it's still bullish. If we start failing under that, that's where I'd be leaning more bearish for a gap fill all the way down. But right now, this market is very, very bullish. Here comes the opening drive. My glasses. Where are my glasses? Can't see. He's blind. He's blind. All right, previous week high, not far away here. 860s. And the spiders did just take previous day high out in the pre-market. Just before the open, spiders have hit previous day high already. All right, so a full recovery in SPY. Like nothing happened yesterday. Forget that sell-off. It didn't occur. That's what just happened in SPY. So just be aware of that. VIX just traded and is opening up at previous day low. Just wicked underneath it and found a bounce. So I'm not in a rush here. Made very good money yesterday. The team did very, very nicely as well in the afternoon session. We caught that short all the way down with some continuations on bounces. For that move, remember my main target yesterday was 550. We drifted lower than that. Now we're just going to wait and see. But bulls are in control right now. You cannot be guessing tops. You cannot be fighting this tape. If you're looking to short this, you are going to need to wait for failures which are not present in this market at the moment. Yesterday was your chance for that counter trend higher time frame short into an RBS level. Maybe we get continuation today, but I would not be thinking about that until we're well underneath 680s. Till that point, it's bullish. Let's just see what we get. Definitely, I don't want to be a buyer up here. It's one of the key things for me right now, which is going to make this harder. This is a beautiful move, probably a nice long. I'll be honest, if I took that long yesterday, I would have been long somewhere around here, 550s, but I would already be out. I would have taken most of my money off in front of 700. This level here, 630s, 680s, I would have taken profits there. Maybe I'd have a small piece on, but most of it would be gone. All right, so let's see what we get. Let's have a quick look at the mag. Mag all green. Tesla 5% up, already back into 300. All right, 14, 15 points up already. Unsurprising. SSR into a technical level to buy. That is it's cheap right now. Let's put it that way. It's cheap and damage done between Elon and Trump. But long term, is it going to affect the company? No, not really. Everyone thinks of it as a car company. It's not even a car company. Really, it's a data company. They can sell all their data from their EVs to these other companies and make a fortune. So long term, I think they'll be absolutely fine. It's probably a very good buying opportunity over the next few weeks. If it goes lower, even better. We haven't talked about the tape. Let's have a look, see if there's actually anyone on here today. There's no big size. I'm not seeing any big size here this morning. No real magnets. There's a 50 lot up at sort of 20s, 22, 50. There's not much size in here. Remember, we're an inside bar. We expect chop. Nice and patient. ES is in a rush to trying to get to previous day high. You have divergence between the ETFs and the futures today. Okay, you have divergence there. Spiders have taken previous day high. ES is not there yet. QQQ in no man's land. Nowhere near previous day high. Maybe it finds a bid off its VWAP. Put the VWAP off the New York print as well. Print here. Let's change that color so we know. Let's do it. Should we do it like green like this? Maybe thicker. There we go. So NFP VWAP holding up for now. Divergence between the two. NQ starting to break down a little bit here. SPY still at previous day high. So a bit of divergence in the tape here this morning. Did anyone not in Discord with me? Did anyone who's just turned up with me on YouTube get those shorts yesterday? They were really, really nice. I know we got it in Discord and talked about it afterwards as well. Did anyone who turns up in chat manage to get it? Spacing out here at the moment. It's the little things with this indicator I like. Not having to click New York Open is beautiful now. Little things like that just make my life easy. Okay, main liquidity here is 70. 770. And then all the way up into 800s now. So that 800 lot keeps lifting and moving higher. Yes, trying to build for that move to previous day highs. What it wants to do, it wants to try and take it out. It's holding 6,000 very well here. Remember, that's been a massive, massive, massive level. No reason to be bearish here whatsoever. We are going squeeze upside here. And here's the New York print. If they start squeezing over this, there is a chance for us to get moving to that previous week high, previous day high, current week high. These are big, big levels. This market will need to make a decision soon. We've had a giant move up off the lows without much of a pullback. I'd much rather, personally, this market pulls back into 700, 680s and build some structure out there, and we can think about a long off that, and if it fails, we can think about a short rotation back to low of day. That's a much easier play than trying to get long in here for a squeeze up into previous day high, especially when yesterday, remember, if we look left, we know sellers are stuck up here. Sellers, buyers are stuck up here. Right, so this is a big level. We know this is that hourly imbalance we talked about. We've stolen liquidity. There is a chance for it to come back here. This is what I would much rather be interested in, or even this. But trading here is high risk right now for an upside move. So I don't want to be a new money long entering the market here. If we start breaking out, I'll consider it. ES looks good. This definitely wants that move into 17s here. That's what it's trying to do. SPY nicely above previous day high now. Can the NQ catch up? They've just pulled that liquidity higher. It's just left the tape. A few games here this morning already. Again, not clicking buttons here. Had a good day yesterday. Gonna wait for an A+ setup. We're bullish. We're definitely bullish. But the location's not ideal for me. Here goes ES then, previous day high coming up on the ES. There is a chance NQ will want to trade up to previous week high here, which is 60s or 59s. So ES getting going here. If we trade through that, you can look for previous day high, which I think is like 940s or something for us, 934s. Market in a big old squeeze right now. I'd be watching Tesla as it approaches 300. Break of that and you can get a bigger squeeze, I would think. Just based on it being a whole number, I would not be surprised if there's some option activity around there. So if you're long in this, you look good. And you can trade up to previous week high. I'd be watching ES in case it steals liquidity and dies into that previous day high. I didn't trade the art, didn't have my computer off. Was surprised when we saw the flush. We were ready for it over in Discord and we attacked it. It should be white. Why is this yellow? ES almost there. It's almost to its target. If you've been trading ES this morning with that relative strength, Your previous day high is about to get tagged here. You must be taking a partial into this on the ES. I honestly don't think that Elon and Trump stuff really matters, Peter. I don't think it matters. The only thing that will matter is if Trump actually gets impeached or something, because to have your head of state taken will be a problem. But other than that, I think it's just adding volatility to the market. I don't think anyone really cares. Is 22,400 possible? It's possible, but maybe not next week. We have to see how we act into the Bollinger Bands. Too early to say right now, but it's definitely possible. If the bulls start ticking upside, yes. All right, so ES has just taken its liquidity. Previous day high now tagged on the ES. Relative strength over there. You have 15-minute bar about to be set into 45. So you've got another, 3.5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, the thing for me with that whole thing is like, Elon doesn't care. This is what I think people fail to understand. He doesn't need anything. He doesn't need validation. He doesn't care. He's a highly intelligent man. Whether you like him or not, you have to respect that he's highly intelligent. He didn't build those businesses by being completely stupid. And he's immensely wealthy. And it won't make a difference to him whether he loses billions or not. That would be like you and me losing £100, $100 for you Americans. He will not care. Okay, so we've got liquidity on the book here at 870, which is 10 points above previous week high. ES now taking that liquidity. If it starts to base out here, it's got a continuation trade higher. Yeah, he's going to like, Tesla is in a good position. Everyone wants to hate on Tesla, but it's hilarious. Like, it doesn't matter who you vote for and what you think. The market does not give a shit about you and your opinion. The market moves on money and money flow, and Tesla will print money. Tesla will be absolutely fine. It does not matter whether you hate him. If you are buying a stock because you like the person in charge and that person is not good at sales and cannot produce a good product, I'm afraid, my friend, you are the one who's a fucking idiot, because the market doesn't care about you. Right? The market only cares about P&L and scale and size, and that's all it cares about. And I tell you what, Tesla will be just fine. Doesn't matter about Elon at all. So anyone who's short the market because they hate Tesla, or they hate Elon, you are going to learn the hard way. All right? You can only short the market when there is a reason, a technical reason for a breakdown. Right now in Tesla, that thing is at a major buying point, not at a major sell point. Very, very simple. So that your emotions in the market, you got to leave them at the door. It doesn't matter. The market does not care about me, you, or anyone else's opinion, unless that opinion is formed by someone who's moving billions and trillions of dollars in the market. Then it will care. But for us, we got to leave our emotions at the door. We've got to trade what's in front of us. You're too focused, JD. He still needs favorable regulation and subsidies. Yeah, that's America. There's a whole massive world out there that people seem to forget about. You don't need shit from America. He will be just fine. And also, don't be focused on the next 3 years. There's a whole lifetime ahead where Trump will not be around, right? And that's the other thing. Why do you think no one's really doing everything that Trump wants? They don't really care. I don't think they really care. I think the market will look future ahead. The market will know, all right, well, even if we take a dip in earnings for the next 3 years, we'll be okay after that. I think there's a lot of thought like that right now. So don't try not to get too focused on it. He's going to be just fine. My analysis is technically it's in a buying zone, and it will continue to be in a buying zone even if it drips lower. So there's no way I'd be looking to short Tesla right now. I think it's suicide. It's already puked out $200. Why would you want to try and force it down to zero? no way it's going to zero. All right, opening range now set on the day, right next to your value area high, previous week high. These are big key levels. ES is in a giant squeeze right now, printing above previous day high. All right, so we're just squeeze up, 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 up. And the next level, if it's going to break, is probably all the way up to 6,040. So we're very steep here in this move. So peaking into previous week high, that red line here is previous week high and value area high. It's why we're finding a little bit of selling here. This market just looks very squeezy right now. I don't think they'll be shaking hands. There's no way. After what was said, I don't think you can say that you should impeach Trump and that's the reason the Epstein files haven't come out. I don't think you can say that and think you can shake hands afterwards. You're in big trouble. All right, so big level here, 24s on the spiders on the ES. Through that probably goes 42. Here's your opening range break. If you're trying to play a breakout, these are your levels. If you're trying to play opening range break, this is your level up to previous day high. Do I like it? Not particularly, given that we are just into major supply zone, but we're in a full recovery here. And VIX is still underneath previous day low right now. We've got liquidity above into 870 to aim for. So it just looks like a big old squeeze out here this morning. Meaning that if you are long in Globex, you look good. And if you are in New York trader, you're very high risk long. Very high risk long. All right, sweeping previous week high. Let's see what happens here. I'm watching ES very closely and the spiders for previous day high, but SPY is strong here this morning. What's he got left to aim for? I'm having to go so far back. We are possibly looking for 602s today on SPY if it can keep going. Very, very strong recovery. So inside day breaking out now. Remember, we never sweat the lows on the SPY like we talked about pre-market. If it holds a print above previous day high, we're in breakout retest territory for the SPY. Relative strength there. It's going to be the easier buy today. NQ, not the easier buy today, I would say. We did just sweep that liquidity at 25, as I was talking about. Coming back inside the range now. There is a chance that they want to rotate. If they've hit their target and they want to rotate, remember we've done a very big drive through golden zone. It's probably gone a bit too far. SPY is in breakout. SPY is not a short. ES is not a short. It is in breakout territory. I have no conviction in this market right now. I would have loved to have been long in the start of London, really, where London pulled back and held Asia's high. I think that was a nice re-add long opportunity. Did anyone trade NFP? Yeah, looks like it's trying to continue for that squeeze. Previous week high here coming up. It keeps tagging into it over and over and over again. If it gets a clean break here, we're going straight up to previous day high. Like I said, I don't like the long here, but that's what it's trying to do. I don't like joining this far out of value into supply. This is where we broke down yesterday. This exact level. I don't blame you though, Coop. I do not blame you. It's just in squeeze higher mode. I guess those shorts are just getting cooked. Everyone who's swinging short from yesterday is just got absolutely destroyed. I mean, look at the mag. Tesla 4.72% up. Nvidia 2.05% up. Meta 2.5% up. Google 2% up. Amazon 2.5% up. Microsoft 0.84% up. Apple just under 2% up. I mean, mag's recovering. And the cash is king, right? Look at the SPY. He's outside previous day range. It never washed the lows. It was an inside bar, and now we're in breakout territory. All yesterday was a higher time frame pullback leg. It's all it was. It was a higher time frame pullback leg. I said I'd be a buyer down at 550. We went a little bit lower, but we didn't go lower on the cash. And now we go ripping upside. Well, we just need a nice pullback for us to get involved in here. If it keeps going too high without us, it's not really going to offer an opportunity. Unfortunately, the opportunity was in the earlier sessions. But even this NFP VWAP held very, very nicely. Nice work, Ryan. Yeah, nice work. Nice way to just obey the structure in front of you. It's all we have to do, right? Just obey what's in front of us. All right, so we keep finding some fails there at previous week high and value area high. This is why I'm saying I don't like the longs up here for that orb. It's too dangerous for me to think about. I'm watching ES now to see if it comes back underneath previous day high, because if it leaves a top up higher and we come back underneath it, then we have a failed breakout of previous day high, and then we can have a counter trend rotation back down. Remember, we have divergence because NQ has not got up to previous day high. ES has. Here's previous day high on the Qs now. Sorry, on the ES now. How long have we got? 8 minutes until that new 4-hour bar. It'll be interesting here. Yeah, I mean, that's hard for everyone. It's hard when you just see it go without you, but that's just the market. But the longer you're here, not necessarily me, but the longer you stare at the screens, you understand that an opportunity will come, whether that be later today or tomorrow. Or like, look at a good example. Look how annoyed and frustrated I was on Tuesday because, you know, I'd been waiting for a move, and I fluffed it on Tuesday. And Wednesday, I just had to calm myself down. And then yesterday, we nailed it in the morning, nailed it in the afternoon in Discord. So, you know, reality is you only probably need one really good trading day a week. Probably need even less than that, to be honest. If any of you have read Market Wizards, a lot of those guys have made millions, if not billions, off 1 or 2 trades in their lifetime. So I'm not saying we have to be like them, but the opportunity, what I'm trying to say is the opportunity will always present itself. When we think we've missed it, it's really saying is you need to be patient and wait for another one, and that's okay. Right, failing opening range here. Flow zones are still bullish. There's still a chance to go previous day high. ES has wicked out through 25, trading back downside, is finding a bid right now at previous day high. I'm waiting to see if we get failures on a new hour and 4-hour bar. Let's have a think what that might look like here. Big drive up on that 4-hour. So if we want to reprice back down into any of these, it's possible 780s and below. Yeah, 790s. So we're watching high wick up here, and maybe a rollover which gets soaked back up, possibly. All time frames are aligned to go up to 2-hour, but like you said, we're into supply. Anything can happen. Yeah, that's the thing, Ramus. It's the thing with this New York session. We're late. We're late to the party. Don't want to be late. I don't want to be early. I want to be later, but I don't want to be like late when the party's ending, which is what could happen here. Yeah, exactly, Bowden. Well said. Well said. There's always another trade. That's it. There's always another trade. All right, VIX starting to reclaim previous day low here. Try and just be patient and neutral. Same with what we're talking about with politics. It's fine to have your opinion. Like, you can hate Trump, you can love Trump. You can hate Elon, you can love Elon. You can love Biden, you can hate Biden. That's all fine. Just don't let it affect your position on the screen, right? That's kind of what I was trying to say earlier. It doesn't matter what you think. You're entitled to your opinions, absolutely entitled. But just remember, the market doesn't care about your opinions. The market cares about how many people it can make lose money. That's all the market cares about. Okay, so back to flow zones. Maybe we're going to roll over here. Watching ES into previous day high. All right, is there a chance? Do we start to sort of snap lower here for that deeper pullback, or are we going to find bids off the New York VWAP? I'm going to put that on my screen on the other charts. Where's my open? All right, so back to New York VWAP. ES underneath previous day high. These are key levels here for sentiment. So either we do that sort of start of that inverse head and shoulder, boom, 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 to go higher, or we start breaking down and using this liquidity to come and retest these levels down here. Remember, you have major divergence today. ES has already gone all the way up here. Just remember that it's major divergence. You've got a new 4-hour, new hourly candle coming. This is starting to look a little bit heavy here. I'm tempted to just grab a little piece of this if we start to really puke. ES starting to go. All right, I've got a small guy on just in case. Moving my stop into the money, watching this New York Open in case we bounce there and find a bid. If we start to let go underneath 768, that opening range low, we can trade all the way down to those 700, 680s. This is why I did not want to be a buyer at the highs today. Nice. Right, watching this New York Open here. Stop at VWAP. Just going to use the bathroom here, be right back. Let's see how this trade plans out. All right, basing here. Midpoint of the opening range. New candle coming in 1 minute. Oh, I've just stubbed my toe early in the morning. Lovely. Yes, underneath previous day high. So there's still a chance to do an inverted head and shoulders here. So I'm out of this trade, by the way. I did say it moved my stop to VWAP. I'm just going to wait for this new hour and 4 hour. I think there's a chance we rebalance, but let's just see. Locked in. A little bit of money there. Not a lot. A little bit of money there. Oh my God, I really cracked my toe. I might get a phone call today, folks. I do have a new song out today, so it's a chance the label might call me in a bit because they're based in England. So just to be aware, if I turn the mic off and walk away, that's why. Okay, so it's trying to reclaim. If it's going to do that inverted head and shoulders, it will build out liquidity up here into the opening range and previous week high, and then go for that drive to previous day high. That is possible. We are overall bullish. I was just trying to have a little peek in case we wanted to go. Here's the new hour and 4 hour candle. If they reject up here and make a lower low, then I'll consider it if we start breaking down. It so far looks pretty bullish. ES looks very good for upside move here. So let's just see. On the book, we still got that seller up at 870 looking to get filled, seeing if there's much else. 860, 862s. They're still inside that opening range, stuck between New York VWAP and opening range right now. Technically still an inside day on the Qs, and we've poked outside on the ES and the spiders. SPY can afford a deeper pullback to previous day high on the spider because you have divergence of that level with VWAP. So just be aware of that. VIX starting to find a bid, reclaiming previous day low, starting to try and grind upside here. And if it gets a breakout, it can look to close that gap. Thank you, Marek. Very kind of you, as always. Oh, yeah, like clockwork. I've got to take this, folks. Sorry, folks. Sorry, had other business stuff. Still look bullish here. Nothing's really changed though in that time I've been away. I've had a great start on this new record. Chuffed with that. So we just got new in dance, breaking dance on Apple support, and quite a lot of DJ pickups. So we'll see if we get Radio 1 play tonight, which would be nice. This is seeing you all in chat. All right, just nothing really happening here. Inside, ES is still just stuck around its previous day high. Okay, we're building a potential W shape here to go higher. The problem is our location is terrible. All right, the location here is terrible. All right, so if we do this, there might be a momentum play. Liquidity is on the book right now at 810. Down here, previous day New York Open basically. So if they hold this, they break higher. You're starting to build out one of these here. If we start to roll and use this liquidity, this would be the deeper move back here. I'd be interested in potentially being a buyer back down there. I'm more willing to size down there than I am up here. Right now, you're buying high to go higher, with ES having already taken out its main liquidity level. So far, NQ inside day, QQQ inside day, ES failed break above and inside so far. Spiders outside day. Spiders comfortably above previous day high. So divergence versus QQQ SPY, divergence versus ES SPY. Understand the difference there. So if you're interested in my new track, you can check it out. I'd appreciate the streams. I'm a new artist now. The artist name is Adian, and the track is called Pacific State. So a very old record that I've redone. Some of you might be old enough to remember it. It's on all streaming platforms. Apple, Spotify, it's everywhere. So let's just see what we do in here, market. What we do in here, market. Yeah, on Spotify. Yeah, it's everywhere. It will be everywhere. He did send me a new link this morning. They get upset with me, the label, because I'm based here and they're based in UK, so they want everything done obviously early in the morning, and then if I don't do it, I get a little slap on the wrist. But we're all friends, so it's okay. Where is the live? And I'll post it in here. So I've had one scalp here today, that's it, nothing else. I can't get to the live stream, it only showed me yesterday's. Bit annoying. There we go. That's the link to it there. All right, so whoa, just see him come on the book. All right, 21,855, 400 lot. 21,855, 400 lot. Just come on the book. There feels like there's a bit of spoofing going on, because is that the same guy that left the book down below? I think it might be. A little bit of spoofing here, folks. Be a little bit careful here, because he was a buyer and now he's just placed his order as a seller up higher. ES now failing. SPY coming into VWAP and previous day high. If it starts getting heavy underneath VWAP and previous day high, there is a deeper pullback possible here on the market. Remember, we would prefer to think about buying down here, and if we fail that level, then we can short all the way back down to here. So some clear levels beneath, but the divergence in the tape is going to make it particularly hard this morning, I think. So SPY finding a bid off VWAP. Not a whole lot to do here, folks. This is kind of to be expected. A move will come. A move will come. It's just whether we're here for it. Yeah, exactly, Peter. You remember it. What a tune. For me, it's one of the best acid house tunes ever made of that era. And it's personal for me because that tune really got absolutely made big being played at the Hacienda back in the day. And my old A&R when I was at Sony was the main DJ at the Hass, Mike Pickering, who was also part of M People, for those of you who remember M People. So it's like a bit of a full circle moment for me. But yeah, new artist. I'm total new artist, so I've got to start out fresh. It's cool. It's been quite a nice 24 hours for me. I saw Carl Cox and Jamie Jones played one of my old records at Universe opening. I got sent the video yesterday, which is quite cool for the old DJ name that was in. And I'm off to his wedding next week, which is why I won't be here. I'm going to Ibiza and then Barcelona for him to get married. So it's been kind of nice, kind of like a resurgence of music for me, a little bit creative off the screens. I think it's important to have some hobbies and do some other stuff rather than just look at charts all day long. All right, yes, is underneath previous day high. SPY is above previous day high. I'm finding a bid on VWAP still. Thanks, JD. Cheers, Glenn. Bull flag on ES, but they would need to dip below 07 to run it up. 07? Why 07, my friend? I don't see. There's support down there. 07 to 6,000, but they don't. I don't think they'd need to dip it down there. They don't have to. You can just wait for this flag to play out or a VWAP, but it just looks a bit wedgy. It's a wedgie. We're in one of these, so you can wait for this, or you can wait for this, or it can do a failure and a failure. It's not very nice, but it needs to build liquidity up here because we're up near highs. Right, so if it's going to go higher, it's going to need shorts trapped. If we're going to go lower, we're going to need bulls trapped. So it's building liquidity for that next move. A bit like yesterday, we went sideways for an hour before we got that breakdown. But remember, overall, we're bullish. There are games being had on the tape today, folks. There are games. This seller keeps lifting and lifting and lifting with size and moving higher. He's all the way up at 900 now, that 400 lot. So definite games on the tape. Let me just check if it's on both things. It is. Oh, it's not. All right, that's 100% a market maker. Yeah, he's a market maker. Okay. So I'm not going to worry about him too much. That's why he's spoofing. That is an algo. We said this might happen, didn't we? There's a good chance. Yeah, definitely, Bowden. There have been a lot of failed breakouts, both sides of the range this week. Adam, I don't even know what that means. What are you talking about? Who's your friend Molly? I always found it funny when I came to America and they called it Molly. We don't call it Molly in the UK. It's another girl's name, but it's Mandy. I just think that's funny. It's just weird. Oregano or oregano? Molly or Mandy? All right, still bullish here. It's still holding on, still building that liquidity, still soaking off VWAP. ES is still holding on around previous day high. Is under it. You still have divergence into the spiders, which are above VWAP and above previous day high. It wants to go higher here. It's just whether it's got the juice to do it right now. There's liquidity here, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. It's just whether they want to fill them. I really don't love being a buyer up here, the thought of being a buyer here. Even though if we get squeezing, there's a move up to 935. You are buying very hard. Just make sure you're zooming out. Think about where we're buying. Where was the buying opportunity? Down here. Where was the buying opportunity? Down here. Now we're buying high to try and get that move. This is much higher risk than a bid off that. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but just be aware. If you're going to play that, you're going to need all the shorts trapped and you're going to need really good momentum. And I don't think you get that unless ES really shows that it wants to get back above previous day high. So this chop will continue until one side of it is sufficiently trapped for the liquidity of whatever they want to do. And by the way, while we're trying to move up, VIX is grinding up right now. Just be aware of that. All right, VIX coming into 1735. If VIX starts getting through 1750, 1760, it's got gap fill to 18 written all over it, which will cause major problems for the market if VIX is going to go straight upside in that gap. We should not be moving higher if VIX does that unless we get major divergence. ES looks pinned in as well. All right, so ES is trading between 08 and 25. Those are the two big orders on the book. So ES starting to drift back down a little bit here, but SPY still protecting its VWAP right now. If they start breaking down underneath VWAP and previous day high on SPY, that will be your failed breakout on the ETF. If they hold that, then you're still in an outside day. ES and SPY is a better trader right now than NQ. If we're going to have a short today, just based on what's happening, technically speaking, you would imagine the short would be better on NQ because we are not showing relative strength. We're showing relative weakness. We're not at previous day high. Remember, ES right now is up here. Potentially, I'd say it's a wedge right now, but like you got to zoom out. This is the structure at the moment. We've broken out from here. All right, so technically speaking, if it wants to go up, it can, because multiple timeframes right now are saying upside, but we're in supply. So pattern's one thing, but what's the location and momentum? I would say this is potentially bullish right now, like this. If it does this, we can go. The problem is the location of it. If it had done this down here, I'd be buying it right now. But it's just tricky. You just got to wait. I don't want to look at everyone how they got chopped up in here. So I think I took a short from this breakdown to here, stop in here, and we went under and took me out. And all we've done now is do this. This is the liquidity being built in here. Someone will get hurt eventually. I don't mind which way. I'd almost rather play it short, because then we can, if we get down here, we can think about buying it back. The long up here is going to be a harder trade. ES rejecting previous day high again here. Flow zones have not rolled over yet, and we're just back into the zone where they keep buying dips off. There's a buy here at 810 and then 800. Remember, New York open down is down just under 800. So this is still just chopping around. You can wait for that engulfing candle to come, all right? And then once we get a direction with that engulfing candle, we can think about what price is going to do afterwards. This is starting to develop now into this engulfing candle, potentially, if it's going to break lower and stay heavy. And we're still just inside range. We're still protecting that New York open. These are all the liquidity wicks where we keep dipping down, dipping down, dipping down. There's your VWAP off the NFP as well. So that's buyers off NFP. This is the average price, this blue line, or I don't know what you want to call it, light blue line, of buyers since 8:30 this morning. Since that big ripper from here, this is their average price. So they are in control of this market for now. If they start getting out of control, we can attack opening range low. We can attack this. We can attack this. But right now, they're in control, and we need to respect it. A bit of a boring day so far. Oh my God. Sorry, team. There we go. This is your anchor view up off NFP. This is still potential bullish move upside if it keeps soaking and going and soaking and going, but there's no momentum in it yet. All right. So location, not very good for upside. Momentum, a bit stagnant right now. But if they trap enough, potentially. If we go downside, we might have good location and good momentum. But right now, everything's saying upside. Look at all the charts. They are saying upside. Even this H1 saying, hey, I've pulled back a bit. I want to go upside. Unless that changes. If they trap enough buyers up here, I'm looking for ES and SPY to give me like a bit more of a decision on this. SPY coming back to VWAP. So it's just drop. We're just stuck under previous week high. We can. The problem is, if you're looking at yesterday's price action, you see that move into 130, 145, 2 o'clock. We can find a bid on that right now, and that's the tricky thing, which basically 770, basically the New York Open around there. I'd love this to roll. I think it gives a much better opportunity, but trying to respect what I'm seeing. We still have divergence. SPY still above VWAP and previous day high. Still got the ability to trap here to go high. I would much rather like the lower move, but it's really got to prove to me. Mags all green. Choppy, choppy, choppy. Just inside that opening range, remember, nothing's changed. Initial balance going to be set here in, what, 3 minutes? We're basically where we were when we started the day. We've gone down a little bit, up a little bit, back to the start of the day. Nothing's changed. Look how everything's starting to go sideways. VWAP, flat. They're flat. They're not trending up. They're not trending down. They're flat. Deep pullback, starting to go sideways. Flow zones, starting to go sideways. We're around previous day New York Open. Just everything's compact here. Let it build out. Let it build out. Let it break. Let it choose its direction. Then we can think about the next play. I would love that to be down. I would absolutely love it to be down because I think it offers better opportunities for the rest of the day. If we break down, we can think about that short all the way down to sort of 700s. And then if we find bids there, we can think about going back upside. Exactly, Coop. Just chill. All I've had is that one trade. That's it. All right, one trade. Morning, John. Oh. Everything's just sideways. Tesla just stuck between 50-day and 200-day right now, but it is basing over yesterday's lows and pre-market lows, and that's what really matters. If it gives a big flush into there this in Friday, I might buy some calls. Okay, we're starting to roll over here. So starting to get some direction in the market. ES back to previous day high here. Sorry, ES SPY back to previous day high here. This is going to be key if they absorb off this. You would need to see rejections here of 808 now. Starting to see more heaviness. There's your opening range. There's the rejection of previous day high. Now, do pops start to fail here, or is it a full recovery? This is what you're watching for. All we've done is just clean out the opening range low. If we're going to get weak here, you will need to see pops fail into New York and 800, 805. That's what we're looking for if we're going to get continuation. But watch ES, watch the spiders very carefully here, because they dipped under previous day high and they found a bid. All right, so I'm watching the cash players in this market very, very carefully. If this drive up gets sold into, maybe there's a bigger move down, but otherwise this can be a trap to go higher. So I'm very aware of that right now. The tape just looks a little bit messy, so I'm going to clean this up a little bit. So staying heavy here. Still haven't come back for the 800 test, but it is staying heavy so far. You'd like to see it sort of test 800, 800, yeah, 800, 805, 810, somewhere like that, and produce the lower high. Somewhere in here and produce a lower high for a potential roll, and then we're looking for partials into here and then runners into here if it's going to stay heavy. That's what the market has potential to do. And SPY just hanging around that previous day high. Remember, if it keeps finding a bid here, it's going to produce an outside day. And you've got major divergence there because we're in an inside day on the Qs and we're on an outside day on the spiders and we're on an inside day on the ES. So it's major divergence between all of these right now. Initial balance now set as well, folks. And we are really just into that level we talked about earlier when I said, remember that level yesterday where we broke down from? Or sort of the 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, that kind of range. I'd love to see this break lower. It would give us better opportunities both sides of the tape then. Okay, SPY underneath. SPY is starting to break down here. So are we going to get some momentum lower here is the question now. Does SPY get that flush? Here we go. So in this, see if we can get continuation underneath the orb at this point. For a move maybe down to VWAP. And then if we can break, I'm looking left, there's lots of liquidity into sort of 50s and 30s. And if we start snapping that, we're looking for rotation into 680s. So got to be very careful if they start to absorb. Already locking some in there. And any reclaim here, I'm not interested. If SPY starts reclaiming previous day high, I'll cut the rest. Watching it carefully. Still think we need, ideally we want to go and test 800. All right, so locking in here, I can go for another trade. So you see just quickly locking in profits, and I'll wait for another trade. I'm not getting married to this yet because we're still inside the opening range. We can still hold. When I'm watching the higher time frames, I'm very, very aware of this level here where we broke down from. Does that become an RBS? That's what I'm concerned about. We trade under that, we get to here. We trade under this, we go lower. We hold this, we go higher. So I'm trying to be very, very nimble here, especially with the spiders. So if SPY rejects VWAP here, then we can produce a lower high in this chart. If SPY just reclaims VWAP, then this is going to be the inverted head and shoulder after sweeping out liquidity, and we'll go higher. All right, so I'm trying to be very nimble here because we're just trading intraday. So watching to see if we test 800, 805, 810 and find a rejection there. I'll need SPY to get a rejection there as well. And if we reject that, we're trading into New York Open here. If we reject that, we go lower. If we don't reject it, then I'm going to instantly be thinking about, are we going long after trapping shorts at the lows? Rejecting New York Open here so far. SPY still not to VWAP. I'd love it to backtest VWAP and find some sellers there. Mr. Algo still up at 900 with a 400 lot. Trying to drag the market up there, so I'm also aware of that. Just waiting for a re-entry here if it's going to offer it. I don't mind either way. We reject VWAP and build out a bear flag, I'll enter short. If we start reclaiming key levels, I'll wait for us to build out that right shoulder, and I'll look for then for a long back through the top side of today's range, previous week high, and look for previous day high. But really, my eyes are on the spiders right now. They are giving me the signs of what might happen. So far, they can't even get up to VWAP yet. Just trying to be patient. We are heavy so far in the queues against New York Open, against that blue line. I really just want one more pop up and then to see if sellers come onto the tape or not. Volume today relatively low other than that sell candle. If we get back above this sell candle, where's my volume? If we get back above this sell candle, this will be a problem. If we price back in above this, this is where we might trigger longs. So I'm watching volume as well. Here's VWAP on the SPY. So if they reclaim this, I'm not thinking short at this point. Seeing news between Mexico and US now. And Korea and US now as well. So lots of tariff talk suddenly dropping. Be careful. So rejection of VWAP for NQ. SPY's already traded through it. Already reclaimed previous day high. It's back to an outside bar. ES still divergent, still an inside bar. NQ divergence, inside bar. VIX breaking back down. So if we start reclaiming here, I think they would have trapped shorts at those lows to go upside. So I'm going to wait to see if we can print back above 830s before I even think about that. Very sensitive areas here in this chart. Just looking, I mean, a see money, take money environment here today until it really proves itself. If SPY stays heavy versus 599, 50s, 60s, and comes back under VWAP, we might go lower. If it reclaims that, then we've got a big flag to go higher. So it's just a bit sensitive. Here's VWAP on the SPY. Are they going to find a bid? Let me have a look at ES on the tape. Not the best. Still pinned in 20, 25, and 602, 6,000 on the tape for ES. And we look like pretty thin here on the Qs, other than some upside targets. So just trying to be patient. That's a good recovery here. If they don't reject SPY here, then I think we go upside. They've got to reject here and now, otherwise we're going to go straight back to 600 and break that. We might as well go straight the way upside. So they need to find a rejection point here, the bears, if they're going to take any control in this session at all. Still inside the opening range, remember, folks. All that we did on that breakdown was still the liquidity at the bottom side of that opening range, nothing else. Back to VWAP on the SPY. Divergence continues. No alignment here. VIX trading back downside again as well while we're ticking down. So there is major divergence across everything right now. They are not going to make it easy today on a Friday. Yesterday was your gift day. It offered a couple great opportunities, long and short, in the afternoon. Was there a trade off the initial balance though? What was the time in there? Hard to do that 2 minutes in, Brad. But I mean, arguably, yes. Arguably, that's a long back to VWAP with a tight risk, but very, very tricky to do that because you're fighting against that momentum at that point. If we come back down and protect it, there's an easier trade. Here's VWAP. Looking a little bit squeezy here. ES trying to get back to that 600, and if it triggers that, then you get that inverted head and shoulder. This is a major, major area here into 50s and 60s. 599, 50s and 60s on the SPY. If you're asking, like, why is he looking at the ETF so much today? It's because of the divergence. It's the only reason. Look at previous day high on the ES. Look at the VWAP on the ES. That's why I'm looking at it. It's the only reason. I wouldn't normally give it so much attention, but the cash players are deciding what this market does right now. They need bears need a lower high here and a break back beneath VWAP for expansion underneath the initial balance and opening range. Failure to do that on the SPY, then all we've done is a 2-leg pullback with a trap. And if we reclaim 600 on the SPY, we are going upside. And that's what it's starting to look like to me. So here goes the squeeze. So like I said, I'm not against taking longs if we start to go here, because it means we've trapped shorts at the lows, and then we've got more of a chance to break higher because we've trapped the shorts. So if we're going to start going, we're going to have to start accelerating through 45s and 60s. So we're reclaiming VWAPs here. Here's a nice engulfing candle. It's looking strong now. So I'm looking for this to push all the way back up to high of day now. So trying to stay flexible. On all pullbacks to hold into VWAP, and you should be looking for a drive back towards high of day. ES and ES into previous day high, watch that as a trigger point as well. If we can get back through previous day high. So if they can't hold VWAP here, I'd be concerned. But if they dip down and hold VWAP, then you have this with the failed breakdown. And this as possible. If they roll back under here, then all bets are off the table and we're just back inside opening range again, and then no one likes anything. Again, the problem here is the divergence. ES not through previous day high yet. I would say that's a major trigger if we can get through that. SPY is already through it. Does that make sense to everyone when I'm talking about the divergence? If you look at SPY and you look at ES, can you see the difference? Cash breakout players are in the money. future breakout players are out the money. That's the difference right now. And we're reclaiming this. This looks more and more bullish to me by the second. As long as it's going to hold dips, this is a target upside with all this liquidity here. But you will need ES to play its part. Range today is tight as well, folks. What I would say is be careful. We're in a 100-point range. If we get a breakout or a fail breakout that rolls, that range can expand. So don't get caught trying to oversize because you think the range is smaller. All right, here you go. Here's your flag, and they're going to go for it. Can they get the juice? Can they get the juice now? It's ES needs to get through that previous day high. That's the game at the moment that they're playing. Can ES get through previous day high? That's the game that they're playing. If ES can get through previous day high, it has liquidity at 17, 19, 21, and then high day 25. Look at the strength in the SPY. Still looks good. Needs the ES to get going though. ES needs to get through previous day high. Then it will be in alignment with the spiders. VIX just traded all the way back down to previous day low, finding a little bit of a bid in front of it. So it's just messy. We're still inside. Just as a reminder, why it's see money, take money environment here. You are inside your opening range. You are inside your previous day range. You are inside the initial balance range. You are inside the previous week range. You have flow zones going flat, but they're trying to start expanding, and you have divergence. That's why it's see money, take money environment until that changes. This session is going slow for me. It's going slow. Okay, so ES rejecting previous day high, can't get through it. Do they absorb back here into the VWAPs like we talked about? It's what they will need to do for any continuation higher. Failing to do that, I will not think about short now until we break down underneath the opening range low. Not interested, but if we start breaking down beneath that, I'll consider it. For me, this is still long bias until it proves otherwise right now. Now that we've trapped the lows and swept, I'm long bias until we break beneath those trap levels. SPY finding a bid on VWAP again. I'll give you a readout on the mag as well. Tesla 5.16% up, Nvidia 1.75% up, Meta 1.78% up, Google 2.73% up, Amazon just shy of 2% up, Microsoft 0.87% up, Apple 1.62% up. All right, they're all having a drive higher today. Some recovering from yesterday, some breaking out. And Tesla banging up into that 300 level. That's probably key right now. Here we go, 299, 300, breaking 300. This thing wants to pump now. So I wonder if there was a put wall there and we're just going to go upside here on Tesla. I was rather hoping it would drift lower for me today to get involved. Just makes sense to me after a major sell-off like that. And SSR, it's very hard to short against SSR. It was due for some relief. So flag here, looking for a squeeze higher, holding the flow zones. Can we get continuation higher? It's what I'm looking for, back towards high of day. Here we go. Like I said, bullish in this, just bought this, looking for a squeeze, looking for ES to start participating for a break above previous day high. Boom, let's go. Let's get squeezing. Let's get squeezing, looking to clear out this liquidity into 44s. I need ES to start playing. Oh yeah, definitely partial into these even beforehand. Partial into these because we're in chop. Targets up here, and runners are above that if we get going. But like even off this, you can partial straight away. There's lots of sellers here. So into this, partial, into this, partial, into this, runners. Not holding on to this. If it like turns on me, not interested. I need ES to participate with it, and I need Tesla to hold 300. Looking good. Looking really nice here. I want to raid these stops at 44s. There's liquidity on the book there as well. It's not just there. You can see it. Oh, all right. I want to get into these if we can. Maybe I'll find a way of changing the screen so the book map is above me. You guys can see it at all times. So liquidity on the book, 37, 40, 45, 55, 60, and then 900. That's what's on the book right now. Just need ES to get going. SPY's holding its view up. ES cannot get through its previous day high. Once we get through that previous day high and we do higher high, higher low, we're off to the races. But until then, we're in see money, take money environment. It's just very slow. Just make sure you're managing your risk here. Dip starting to hold into view up, into flow zones. There's your buy signal. This is our first target into here, 44s, then 53s, then 63s, and then let's see if we can get back to previous day high if the market really wants to get going. It's going to require a squeeze across all the tech names to do it. And it is possible, and it's going to require the ES to start participating above previous day high because we're going to have to explore higher prices on the ES. Sorry. Buy signal. This here is what we're looking for. Partial, 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 and then final target all the way up here. Makes sense? So we had breakdown attempt, broke down, swept liquidity, turned back inside, reclaimed VWAP, now building liquidity to go higher. This is what we're looking for. So you can take a partial into this next squeeze move here. Be very, very aware. If ES cannot break above previous day high, this can fail. So I would say Tesla needs to stay over 300. ES needs to break over previous day high. You get all those things, you get high day rotation. Looking good here, folks. Here's your 40s. Remember, there's liquidity 45, 50, 55 right now. Do not be scared to pay yourself. See money, take money. We're not in a trend day. We're not above the initial balance. We're not in an outside day. Make sure you are paying yourself some money. Little moves start to add up. If you keep paying yourself and protecting your profits, they start to add up. All I've had today is 3 scalps, and I know it's only one account, just trading one account today because I'm due payouts now. But I'm up $660 on that one account. So times that across all the accounts, that would be, I don't know, $7,000, $8,000. It adds up fast. Little base hits. Especially when we're inside, right? If we're inside and we're having chop, you got to take your base hits. If we're outside and we're having trend day, you can hold on for those bigger moves. If we're having like an expansion day or a reversal day, you can hold on for bigger moves. We're having a liquidity building day like today, you've got to be taking your partials. ES failing previous day high again then. So I'm not going to think about the short here. If we start fading, I'm not going to think about the short here until we get back underneath the opening range and initial balance low. I'm not interested in the short until we get back down underneath that. I'm really looking at here is, I'm trying to make it clear. Let's turn these off for a second. This level here was resistance, and it's become support. So let me draw it. This level here. Why can't I do it? There we go. Right, this was resistance yesterday. This is where we took the short off, and it's become support today. I don't really want to get short until we get back underneath that now. All right, if we drift underneath it and reject it, I think there's a short down to here. But until then, all we're building now is a completion of this to go higher. Yesterday, that was your higher time frame pullback that I always talk about, and now we're in pro trend again. If they want to do a lower time frame pullback to here to buy dips to go higher, they can, but I'm not going to force that trade. Would you rather I leave all this writing on team so you can see it, or can I? Do you want me to remove it? It looks messy to me, but I mean, if you guys need it, I can leave it on. It's whatever you guys want. Yeah, still trying to build. It is trying to build. It needs to get above that previous day high for this trade to really get going. You like it? Okay, cool. Right, I'm going to get a refill on coffee because this market is not doing anything. I'll be right back. Precious time. Just a personal one here. Brad and Glenn, if you're still on chat. Carl and Anne had to put Indy down last night, so it might be worth you reaching out to them. Jess went to see them last night, but I think they're having a tough time right now. So if you're still on chat, maybe just drop them a message, because I don't think they've made it particularly public, but I think they'd appreciate it. All right, ES cannot get through that previous day high, so I'd be risk off here and just wait at this point while we chop around some more. Liquidity's pretty much left the book here, folks. There's some small orders in, but and all the orders are up higher, but we're not searching for it. So there's no market participants trying to drive us up higher right now, which is not surprising, even though we trapped. When you think about where we've come from, we're probably waiting for that deeper pullback for bigger participants to get involved in the market. SPY back to view up here again. And the chop continues. The chop continues. Terrible. Are we going to start breaking down here? If we let go of view up here and SPY gets back under previous day high, do they start doing a deeper dive? Is New York view up here on the Qs. This is really pretty gross action. Yeah, good call there. New hourly coming as well. That's a great call. Hourly still holding bids, isn't it? Hourly still looks all right. Bidding off view up again. It's messy here, folks. It's messy here. Tesla now almost 303. Right, almost 303. It's why you respect technicals and you ignore all the garbage talk that you see on Twitter and the news. Just respect the technicals. Did they just trap again down there into the new hour? Are they going to get that expansion back to high of day now? ES is still not through previous day high. This is very, very, very choppy, very, very messy. It's an upward bias in an inside bar with divergence. Not your easiest trade days. $30 seconds till that new hourly. The last hour rebalanced the previous hour nicely. I'd be concerned about a failed breakout over the highs here on the new hour, but if we sustain a bid, it looks good. Look at that. Tesla up 18 points, almost 19 points today. Knew I should have got calls this morning. It's the first thing I should have done when I got to the screens was just buy calls. The new hourly bar here. IB formed 30 minutes ago, Sloth. It's just outside of the orb. It's just chopping. We're just right in the middle of it. We're stuck on these VWAPs right now. No follow through on ES. The market wants to move higher. It's just lacking follow through to do it because there's no market participants right now pushing us up. There's no aggressive market buying. ES needs to get through previous day high. If ES gets through previous day high, this market has got a chance to start squeezing a bit more. But it just cannot do it yet. So you're just seeing chop. But think about where we've been. We're chopping in here. I would lean upside because this looks like an inverted head and shoulders. But if they start letting go of this, it gets a bit more worrying. So they're just building out both sides of liquidity right now. VIX just hanging out at low of day. Previous day low. It's just hanging out there. Not really moving. So no drive higher on VIX to give you conviction for a short. It's just going sideways. So we're going sideways. Yeah, they probably did. Buyers got their exit yesterday above previous week high. That's why the short was valid yesterday afternoon. Buyers got their exit yesterday. You're seeing news here. Trump spoke with South Korea Lee, White House official. Trump's asked Supreme Court to halt the judicial order blocking his administration from dismantling Department of Education. Trump is holding back from calling out China over Russia war aid. This is all in the last 5 minutes. Yes, back to previous day low here. Yes, Jesus. VIX back to previous day low. SPY hanging around VWAP and its downtrend right now. ES needs to get a breakout above previous day high for this market to get going. If it can't do it, we're just going to keep going sideways within the orb, within the initial balance, within previous day's range, and there's nothing to do at that point. I mean, we're really an hour and a half in and we've barely moved. It's just sideways. Tesla just got stuck at the 200-day moving average there into where it failed from yesterday. So might see some selling coming in here in Tesla soon. If it can't hold a bid on its initial balance, it will go back inside its range on Tesla. This is so boring. I'm sorry, team. I can't make the market do anything. I want this to just go and break out, but like the ES cannot get going here. It's like really struggling to get going here. Every chance it's got, it keeps failing in front of previous day high, and it's just looking worse and worse and worse, even though the rest of the market looks like it wants to squeeze up towards previous week high. That's what I'd be looking for, a breakout of 40s and 50s for that move to previous week high. And it's trying. Just the ES can't get going. Are we going to get going now? Maybe. Here's 40s. 50s. Can we get through 50s? Can ES get going? Still not through previous day high. You're still inside the range. Very tricky to get any follow through in this. 44s. There's the failure. What is you? That's got to be news. ES through previous day high. This has got to be news. What's just hit the wire there? Anyone got it? Market's just cleared out. Everything's upside. Nothing's downside right now. Where are we going? Can anyone see? Well, it's just done the job in one go. That's got to be a news piece. I can't see it yet. I'm checking financial juice. I cannot see it. That's a big volume spike as well. Well, it's done the move we wanted. I can't see anything on financial juice. There's got to be something there, surely. Can't see anything. Well, that's the move. That just took out previous week high. It's done what we wanted. It just made it very hard to get involved. And ES now through previous day high. So if they're going to continue here, you're looking for a trade all the way up to previous day high. on the NQ. But again, you're still in range. All you've done really right now is wick out above previous week high, above the orb, above the initial balance, and turn inside. Here we go. Here's the news. China grants export licenses to rare earth suppliers of the top 3 US automakers. All right. That was the news. So positive news between China and America. So does this get going now at this point? Is this market willing to really get going, go up to sort of 900s, 930s? If we're going to get a breakout above the initial balance, we can think about that. If ES can absorb dips into previous day high, we can think about that. If it can't do any of those moves, then all we're going to do is range rotate. Thank you, Sloth. Yeah, nice one. That took a little while to hit the wire there for me. Should probably turn my squawk on so I can hear it before they print it. So this inverse head and shoulder playing out took all that time, finally built it. Took all that time to build this, to raid these stops, to get up to here, and did it in one nasty move to make sure that none of you could get involved in it. And really now it's going to have to base above here for a push. Otherwise, we're going to go range rotation. All right, but again, I'd be leaning bullish based on the higher time frame, but I'd be understanding right now in the NQ, we're in a range. In the SPY, we have an outside bar. On every other index, including the ES, well, ES has just gone outside, but on the other indexes, we're still inside bar. There is a difference. We have divergence. Does ES hold a bid of previous day high here? Because if it does not, we go back inside the chop. Previous day high test here on ES. God, this is a choppy market. Make sure you are not overly clicking buttons. Market wants continuation higher here. But we have to respect the rules. The rules are we're inside rotation right now. Have we just peaked out? ES failing back under previous day high now. Back into its RBS level. If it doesn't soak here, they can go lower after sweeping that liquidity on NQ. You would expect them to want to go higher here on the ES and clear out the liquidity higher. But again, think about the divergence we had versus previous day high. Now look at high of day. NQ has swept all the liquidity. ES has not got anywhere near it. So across the board right now, you have divergence. Thank you, John. Very kind of you. It's fairly heavy selling here on ES back down to its RBS level. I'd be very careful here. This looks very, very heavy to me. Just on the book I'm looking at. Back to VWAP here. They came in and marketed fairly heavy here. See if they recover off VWAP. So we're just inside. It's just chop. All you've got here is chop. Nothing else. There's no continuation trade. There's no follow through. You are in chop. You're just back to the RBS level where we broke out from. But the market orders that came flying in there were pretty heavy. It's just been absorbed into 825. Yes, back underneath previous day high again. Divergence. SPY is still above previous day high. SPY is checking the trend line, which it just broke out from. So that downtrend it had from peak this morning into the lows, it's checking that level now. Basically VWAP and that level. Can find a bid here if it wants. Can also let go. Why so 50-50 today? Well, because we're inside. Right? The only trade that made sense was this breakdown here, and once we trapped, was this move here. Now we've done both sides, right? We've swept this, we've swept this. We're just doing this until it proves otherwise. Oi! One thing I haven't looked at, which I just want to check, is where are the Bollinger Bands on the spiders right now? Oh, okay. Not too far away. $604, 605 upside on SPY. That's all it's got, I think, based on the bulls. Running out of room there for itself. Oh my gosh, what a boring day. And a couple of scalps. Still high highs and high lows, still bullish sentiment overall, still divergence overall, still ES unable to hold a bid on a 5-minute over that previous day high. But I tell you what, spiders just did exactly what I said. That breakout, that trend line, they pushed above it, they've pulled back, and they've held it to the tick. Anyone else exhausted after this week? Or just me? What have you all got planned this weekend? Let's talk about some fun stuff. What have you got going on this weekend? Anything good? I think I'm going cinema tonight. Mission Impossible. Tomorrow, I've got a pack. I've probably got to get some education ready for you lot because I'm going to be away for at least a week. SPY looks heavy again. They're market ordering in very quickly, but then absorbing the same time the other side of it. Back to VWAP here again. Heading to London tomorrow to still see Kill Tony at the O2. Oh, sick, dude. That'd be amazing. Who's he got with him? Do you know? I was saying yesterday, I would love to see Kill Tony do Trump versus Elon. Gillis as Trump and maybe like Adam Ray as Elon or something. That'd be great. I have, Aaron, yeah. I'm 50-50 on it. Like, it looks good, but Americanization of F1 just makes me get the ick a bit. A 4DX cinema where the chairs move. Don't think so. Okay. What are we doing, market? SPY back to VWAP. What are we doing, market? Let's just do something. That's it, Bowden. That's exactly how I feel. It looks good. If it wasn't an F1 film, I'd be like, oh, that looks good. But because I'm so precious over F1, I'm like, please don't Americanize F1. Don't completely ruin this special sport, which I love so much. All right, breaking back down here on the spiders underneath the VWAP. Do they sell this now? Would be my question, or is this just another trap to go back upside again? I don't know, folks. I don't know what they want to do today. I don't think they know what they want to do today. That's half the problem. They're like, should we take profit or can we get another squeeze out? And they're starting to sell. Okay, here we go. Grab some of this then, short. In this short. Locking some in front of New York Open. Just taking momentum when it's there, folks. That's all I'm doing. When it's there, I'm taking it. Back to previous day high here on the SPY. Remember, it's found a bid here every single time we've come here on the SPY. If it lets go, we go lower. So just from a few scalps and nothing else, I've locked in $1,000 already. It just shows, like, if you're aggressive when the momentum and volume comes, again, the volume upticks there. We sell VWAP. We come down to New York Open. I cover some. If we're going to get heavy here, we can get a big rotation. Otherwise, we can just absorb off the previous day high on SPY again. Here's the New York Open. Are we going to go red and start letting this go now? Back to VWAP for ES, back towards the initial balance. Remember, if we go under that, we can think about trend. This is starting to really sell more aggressively now. Come on, flush it. Flush it. Let's get paid today. Flush it. Flush it. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Heavier, 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 heavier. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Locking more into initial balance. VWAP coming up. Take your partials. Be careful of a range reversal here. Remember, we're inside bar so far. Have to be proactive. ES trading back down to its lower time frame algorithm. We do have some support structure here. I'm all out of this, and that was beautiful. All right, so just like that, bang, made my day. Thank you very much. We take momentum when it's there, and we ignore the rest of the shite. All right, so we wait now. See if we're going to get that deeper rotation. All right, so this is the RBS. We've traded through it, so I'm not interested now. So if we're going to get deeper rotation, we're looking for a move down into here, Globex. And we're going to need some structure. So if they can build out some structure here, we can think about that move. If we're going to go into a typical initial balance day, then we're going to have some form of failed auction here, reclaim back to VWAP. All right, but we are staying heavy, folks. We are staying heavy here. Fantastic. Beautiful. Beautiful, looking good. Want to see it stay heavy. Make sure you're taking partials here, folks, but if we can get that deeper move, we're looking for 700s down to sort of 670s. We can get a deeper move, 700s down to 670s. Yeah, exactly, Ramos. Sniper day. When momentum comes, we take it, we pay ourselves, we hold a runner if it wants to do what we want, but we don't expect it to do it because we're inside, but it's looking good. It's looking good here. ES into that lower time frame algo. It is into a level of interest here in the ES. Okay, just be aware of that. But if we start to get heavy, there's a deeper rotation back to the 5-day moving average on the ES. Same story for the SPY. If we let go of the lower time frame algorithm, there's a move back towards the 5-day moving average. If you're trading the spiders, that would be 595.90s, basically to 595.70s. Tesla also goes into a sell. So it rejected its 200-day moving average. These moving averages, which apparently no one cares about, it rejected the 200-day moving average. It's come straight back down underneath the initial balance. Guess where it's gone to? VWAP. Same thing I teach you on futures works with absolutely everything. They're just core principles of the market. So if we reject underneath the initial balance here, then we can rotate lower for that move back down to here. If we reclaim this, there is potential squeeze, potential back to VWAP. So if we fail this auction, we can go back to VWAP. Nice, Tyson. Right, yeah, on a Friday, take the money and run. Take the money and run. I'm not far off you. Where am I? basically 1,500 odd for the day. And taking the money and running gives me a very nice week, especially when I've not traded that well early in the week. Yesterday I traded well. Early in the week I don't. I'm going to be honest. What really annoyed me, I think, was Tuesday. I reckon I left a probably I had the ability to have one of the best days of my life, and I got in my own way. I reckon if I traded well on Thursday, on Tuesday, I reckon I could have a $50,000 day, given the size of the move and how obvious it was. And that's why I got really pissed off with myself. So I got so focused on the opportunity that I got in my own way. All right, you're seeing a bit of a failed auction here. How we react to flow zones and New York VWAP will be key. But again, failed auction, underneath initial balance, protecting lower time frame algo, point of control yesterday, VWAP, where do we go? Inside initial balance, where do we go? Back to New York VWAP. This is a probable move. If we sell this, we come back down. If we find a double bottom here or something to go higher, they will bid up off it. If they fail it, we go back under, we come here. So lots of possibilities still, because we're still inside. We're still an inside day, right? So here was the trade. Draw it. Okay, there was the trade number one. All right, inverse head and shoulders, clears the liquidity, fails the initial balance, rotates, let's go VWAP back to IB. Here is the trade number two. Either we are going to get this down to here, or trade number three this would be, or we're going to get this here. But right now momentum now is heavy, but you are inside initial balance, so you need to respect the IB rules. Right, so think about this. IB rotational day. I kept saying it's a rotation, it's a rotation. IB high, VWAP, VWAP, IB low. So one trade was here for you if you took it. Second trade was here for you. Third trade will set up soon. It will either be this or it will be this here. Right, straight out the playbook that I teach. It's literally straight out the playbook. Yes, John, there is, because look, it's finally working. I cannot tell you how many times I had to go backwards and forwards just to get this flipping line here of the New York opening line color session to work. It's working. I will try and get it out next week, at least for those in Discord, because the problem is I'm going on holiday, which means I can't grant it for everyone. So maybe over the weekend I'll get it live for you guys. I'll try and figure it out. I tried to publish it the other day and it wouldn't let me do it for some reason. Okay, so IB to VWAP coming up. IB to New York VWAP coming up here. IB to New York VWAP, and how we up there then becomes key. Yeah, I've got to figure out how I'm going to do it. Like, I don't want to charge a lot for it. I've got to figure out how I'm going to do it. Do I just add the price onto the course? I've got to figure it all out. I'm getting to a point where I need someone to help me. I'm trying to juggle so many things with the 2 different indicators and the course and teaching. Yeah, if we form a bear flag here, I agree, Ramus. If we reject VWAP and we form a bear flag and we start rejecting underneath 760s, underneath the initial balance, and we take out that low of 736, I think we go down to sub 700. If we don't do that though, all I would say is if we don't do that, all we have done, all right, is liquidate these fellas to go back up, right? And remember, the main trend is upside. If we've just liquidated to go back up, this is the completion of the cup. So just be aware of that. If we let go, if this is a rejection of this range and we let go, this here is the area of interest for me. Do not be short at this area, okay? The short will be this move here underneath, or it'll be a short to this area. It is not a new money short at that area. Under rejection, yes, new money short, but just at that area, no. All right, but so far we've liquidated everyone. We're still inside. Just have an eye on the daily. Remember, on the daily, think about how big. Ignore this low. This low did not happen in cash hours. We are inside this, we can just chop all day. The range is big. We talked about it in Discord, right? We've got a 500 plus point range to chop around in today. And if you're like, why ignore the low? Just go to the ETF, go to daily. Come on. All right, daily, inside, pure inside bar, right? No cash player has come down here. Cash is here. So we're going to respect that. And this daily is reacting off here right now, which is clue, those who've done the course, clue, which is, okay, so just think about that. If we hold that, think about that. If we react under that, think about that. Think about the lesson I did yesterday privately for those in the room. Think about where we're holding so far. All right? Not giving more edge than that on stream, but those who've done the course, be aware of what I'm talking about. I would agree. If we're going to let go of this and have an outside the initial balance for a trend, this would be my target. If I would say you need, really, you want a two-leg. I always love a two-leg. So if we can go, you could argue that's it, but I think go higher, fail. This then, in these levels, offers a very nice rotation. Liquidate this, and that should get you the stops down there. Otherwise, just respect it. Don't fight against this trend. If they're just going to go full rotation, IB here, we can just keep doing this. It can do that all day long. Remember, we've met our targets for the week. We've met our targets for the week. Yeah, you get it. You get it, Ramesh. You understand. All of you that have done the course will understand what I'm just talking about. If you haven't done the course, you will not understand it, and I will not give that edge away for nothing. I'm really sorry. I did not work my butt off for years. I give you guys a lot free on the stream, but there are some things which you can use for absolutely everything, which will give you a huge amount of edge. At least we got a trade. We got a couple trades. At least we got it. Just have to see how patient. Can you see how patient I am? How I knew that this was probably a long. I think I attempted it and I scalped, but it wouldn't go. I didn't get this one here, but even this here, think about this. Think about this. Why were we long bias? Right? We were short bias here because what? We're breaking down. We have liquidity to hunt. Okay. We take the liquidity. We turn back inside. We go sideways. Where's the liquidity now to hunt? It's up here. If we break this, where are we going to go? Here. So all these shorts who didn't take their money down here, where we took the momentum and took our money, they're now going to get liquidated because what's the market going to do? It wants to make sure everyone loses. So inverse head and shoulder, there's the flag. It does it on some bullshit news article. Whang! Takes out all the short stops, rejects the initial balance high, trades back inside. I ignore this. I wait and wait and wait and wait. Sell signal comes under view up. Where are we going to go? Back for the liquidity. Bang. Thanks very much. We make our money. We have clear identified targets. Opening range low, initial balance low, lower time frame algo, 24-hour view up. We take profits into here. Continuation will be if we do this now. Reversal will be if we reclaim this. If you're an IB trader, you could have taken IB low back to view up. I think Brad asked about that earlier. Would I have taken this IB low here? And I said no. Prefer it on a revisit and reclaim. There's your revisit. There's your reclaim. There's your tight risk for this high probability move, counter trend from initial balance to view up. How we act here now, absolutely key for the remainder of the day. Not just because it's view up, it's the previous day New York Open as well. All right, it's the ability to tie everything in together in your mind quickly. Hey, AMC, Alex, I'll share this stuff with you. Don't you worry, buddy. Mike, that short earlier was super obvious. This one up here. This one up here. I mean, you could have traded the IB. This is a cheap short versus this. Again, anyone that knows me, I don't love trading range. I'm not a great range trader. I understand it. I can teach you it. But my favorite trades are when momentum is very clear and obvious with a clear target. I'll miss this all day long to take this. That's fine with me. This here, much clearer. It's a shame they didn't build it out more. But what I watched on the tape, right, what I watched on the tape helped. Let's just zoom this back a bit. What was that? Sell 11.19. Here it is. Look at the aggression of these candles which are stepping in. Right, these sellers. Pull this right down. These sellers are market sellers there, and then this one here, that's a big market order buy. And do we move up? No, we sell him. Thanks very much. So the tape helped a little bit there. Delta is also red. All right, so look at ES rejecting VWAP right at its initial balance. If they bear flag this, we go lower. If they hold this, ES can reprice higher. It has just rebalanced. Look at that low wick on ES at 10.30. Look where we just came into. Look where we're reacting off. As long as we stay heavy here, we are going to retest the lows. If we reclaim that level, there's a good chance ES goes back to 612s. So from a technical standpoint, I'd say ES is being a very nice trader right now. Here we go. So selling continuation here. So if you're in this short, you must respect where we found a bid. All right. So if you're in a short here, or this breakdown, you can be short here. You must be taking partials where we found a bid. And if we break down under this, there is a re-entry. And if we break down under this, there's a re-entry for this target. If we reclaim this, everything's off the table. It's just a range rotation day. Oh, what is this? Le croissant. Le croissant. Thank you. It is skinny croissant. I have a croissant and strawberry. Oui. Thank you, Jessica. Spoiling me on a Friday. The last, yeah, the lower high, lower low. I see what you're talking about, Mike. Yeah, into view up, lower high, lower low, shift on the flow zones, and we sell. VIX is still going sideways here, by the way. I want to see VIX break out for, really good continuation short. Having to be patient. If they break the lows, I think we can travel back to 680. That's where I think it wants to go, but it doesn't have to go there. They can keep absorbing. Look at the H1 where we just tapped into that imbalance. H1 into, is that 8 a.m. candle, and it's protecting it so far. I think it can fill the whole thing if they want to get weak. It's just whether they want to sell it. If Tesla comes back under VWAP, then I think you've got a chance. But right now, it's just rejected 200-day moving average, rejected initial balance, coming back towards VWAP, not under it. Oh man, yeah, my wife's the best. I am punching in every way possible. Very lucky. Your short looks good here. If you reject or if you stay heavy underneath the initial balance, it looks good. Again, look at the divergence. ES is already under it. That lower time frame algo is going to be key. Okay? Your VWAP and lower time frame algo across both indexes is going to be key. must get underneath initial balance and create a new low for you to sit in this with size. Otherwise, it is nothing more than a scout back to where we found a bid. The tape looks pretty thin as well. Tesla back to be right. I think you look good here. You look good here. Needs a new low on Tesla. Man, this croissant's so good. Straight out the oven. Banging. Banging. Possible micro head and shoulders here. You need a breakdown. But you can see there's two legs, which I was just talking about. 1, 2. If they fail here and come under here, this is continuation. You should be partialing into these levels so you can see their key. Underneath this is possible. Any reclaim up here, everything's off the table. I'd want to see this push and fail and stay heavy, especially underneath these levels. But if you're already in this, you've got to be proactive. This is where buyers came in. You can see it on the volume. You can see it on the push. Have to be proactive. Covering into here is a see money, take money environment. All the time we're inside the initial balance. And this is what you want to see. You want to see pops get sold into heavy. You need to see volume come in, heavy selling here. If you don't start breaking down here, I'd be very concerned. You should see volume come into the sell side here. ES giving no follow through downside. That hasn't reclaimed IB yet, or VWAP. It's trying. That's why I'm looking over here. I'm watching the ES here very carefully. Relative strength here in the Qs. Be very careful. If they start reclaiming New York session here, which is what they're trying to do here, this purple and blue line, then you're going to drive straight up to VWAP. So maybe a bigger second leg here, we'll see. Again, this is all this is saying to me right now is range rotation, range rotation, range rotation. I think there is a sell coming in this market. It's just timing it right now. You want to see VIX trading upside. It needs to get going here on the VIX to help this out. IB rotation. If it's going to complete this rotation, it's going to go to VWAP. Maybe that would be the completion of a second leg. We will see. Maybe the second leg needs to come to here. This is very different to ES right now. Okay, well, we've had a big dump. 1, 2, and we're starting to do the move that I talked about on ES. If this breaks down on ES and they liquidate this, we're coming for these. So it looks a bit cleaner on ES right now. NQ looks a bit messier. They're very different looking charts inside the IB, pushing to VWAP. Very, very different from how the ES looks. Oh, I don't know if they're homemade. They're like frozen ones that like expand or whatever it is. Expand in the oven. Tesla's still selling, coming back down to its VWAP. Tesla's trying to sell here. There is support down here. Just want to see if they let it go. That might start dragging the market down with it if they let it go, to be like yesterday. But it's very hard to be a short seller on Tesla today. It's SSR. It's much harder to be a short seller today, which is why I wanted to buy calls this morning on any dips, because I felt like it was bound for a pop based on both the daily and the SSR rate. Made total sense. SSR on large cap stocks is fairly obvious for at least a relief rally. VIX is not getting going here, so I'm not interested in this short right now. VIX is just being a little bit shite. It's about to break down by the looks of it. Might get a bit of a pop here in this market soon. Is the rotation complete? Rotation's almost complete here from initial balance to VWAP. So those of you who are playing the reversals of the initial balance, which is a legit trade, you should be taking a partial from IB low into VWAP here. Oh, Miguel, that sounds banging, though. That sounds so good. So good. Ooh. Who are you going to watch when I'm away? Thursday, Friday, and the week after. Who are you going to watch on stream? Are you members going to help each other out in Discord, or are you going to go and watch someone else? Well, be careful watching someone else. Not that it's not necessarily good other traders, but they trade different. You're going to get overload in your head. But I'm interested. Who are you going to watch? Who's going to keep you company? What tea do you drink, Bowden? Tetley's, Yorkshire. Here you go. So VIX breaking down. Here's the squeeze because of it. So VIX couldn't get going on the breakout, reverse and break down. We are now. You've now completed that move. Blue line is your VWAP, right? I think. No, that is your anchor. Green line is your VWAP. This is your anchor off NFP. So that's average price of participants in NFP. Yorkshire tea. The tea out here is shite. We have to get it imported. No, we have to bring it over. We get it sent over, or we bring it over. It's terrible tea here. Terrible. Yeah, I'm watching that Tesla. It's on its 5-minute flow zones. It's on an RBS level. It's in front of VWAP. I'm watching it carefully. First time I asked someone to make me a cup of tea here, this is a true story. They don't know how to use a kettle over here for some weird reason. So they put a tea bag in some water and put that in the microwave. I was like, what just happened? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Christy, I get it. Exactly. And the chop continues. Inside days, inside opening range, inside initial balance with a failed auction. It's going to be a choppy day. ES is the one with relative weakness right now. It's barely reclaimed itself, so. Let's see if there's any news going on. I want to listen to, I never listened to him, but Theo Vaughan and JD Vance, because they did an interview yesterday. Given what happened yesterday, I just want to hear what they talk about. So, oh, we got VWAP almost there. Almost at the VWAP. I think it's there now. On my Ninja Trader, it says it's there, so slightly different. DK, what a cardinal sin that is. She said, my ex is from Italy and my grandmother served him instant coffee. Oh my God. Cardinal sin. JD, I like that. I tell you what, regardless of what you think of politics right now, they are giving ample opportunity for comedy to be at an all-time best, aren't they? Like, I can't believe the comic factor. Like, I don't watch SNL, but I'm sure they're going to do something good this weekend. Okay, here you go. There's VWAP. Okay, so finally got to VWAP on the NQ. Starting to reclaim those key levels. ES trying to do the same now. So from that fail, it's starting to try and reclaim. We are still just in an inside day. Absolutely nothing has changed here. All we've done is expand or check, let's say is a better way of saying it, check each side of the range. And now we're back to VWAP. And if we reject this, we can go back towards the initial balance. If we don't reject it, well, then we go upside, technically speaking. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Who's the best comic out there at the moment, do you think? I went to see Gervais last week. He was good. It wasn't my favourite Gervais show, but he was really good. He's one of my favourites still. I watched the latest Bill Burr. I thought that was good. Schultz is probably my favourite live show special that I've seen this year. I think that show's so good. So full reclaim here. SPY coming into its VWAP now. How it acts here into its VWAP is probably going to be key for sentiment for the rest of the day. Whether it produces a lower high or if it just goes full, send it. Craig Ferguson, I don't know who that is. I have to check him out. Does he have a special? And if so, where can I watch it? Here's VWAP on the SPY. VWAP on the SPY right here, right now. So this is the second leg, I guess. But really, this is too strong for me to think about short at this point. We're just inside initial balance. So I think I'm probably likely done for the day. What's the time? Oh, 10 minutes left. See, that last hour went quicker. Those first 90 minutes was so slow. Nate, yeah, Nate's great. I've seen Nate live. Really good. Ari, yeah, Ari's great. So some reaction there on the SPY into its VWAP. Not through it yet. And if they sell here, we go back down to initial balance low. From a technical standpoint, that's what will happen. Or should happen, towards it at least. Nice reaction off the VWAP on SPY. Now stuck between previous day high and VWAP on the spiders. Can't short this, even though I think there's a possibility we retest after a 2-leg, but it just goes against my rules, so I can't do it. And we're coming into lunch. We're trading higher. There's no short here from a technical standpoint. We've actually reclaimed VWAP. We've reclaimed flow zones. We reclaimed everything. So I can't take this. Goes against everything. But my gut feeling is it needs a gut check back towards the lows. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe we just range rotate all the way back to the highs. Very possible after reclaiming initial balance, reclaiming VWAP now. If they don't react to the VWAP on the SPY, then upside is there. But yeah, it's tricky. Higher time frame wants to go higher from a technical standpoint. I keep just saying to myself, we're in an inside day. You had a great day yesterday. You had a solid trading week. What am I up here? I mean, I haven't traded well this week, but the P&L is really all that matters. Not bad. Not a bad week. Full woke? I don't think he's woke, Bill Bear. You think he's gone full woke? Matt Rife's good. Yeah, I like Matt. I thought the latest Bill Burr special was quite good. Last Red Day. It would have been last month at some point. I normally post them in Discord. Let me see. Where's P&L in Discord? There it is. There we go. 23rd of April. Actually, it was a green day, but I had some red on the board. That looks like the last one. There's lots of break-even days. I know in April I took lots of days like this and this. You see, I'm just constantly pulling money out the market, and I can only do this to keep people motivated. I'm pulling, even yesterday. Constantly showing that, like, just ignore all the nonsense. Yesterday I pulled another 3.5 out of the market, paid myself 3.5. Just little base hits, pay yourself, pay yourself, pay yourself. Dave Chappelle, yeah, Dave's great. Tashi, blow your funded account. What, today or over this week? Or yeah, Ricky's so good. He's my favorite by far. I missed that short yesterday driving to vacation. It literally started the move right after I closed the computer. It happens, man. Like, it's not your fault. You can't time everything. It's just one of those things. But there'll be more. Darley's saying, how's everyone's week? Red, green, break even. I'm a little bit red. Yeah, how are you all doing? How's everyone's week? Coop saying, Matt Rife has crowd work, but his pre-planned jokes usually suck. Do I ever pay attention to risk reward on my trades? Yeah, I do, but I do it very quickly in my head. I don't feel the need to draw it out because I know where I'm trying to get to. I'm not taking a trade unless I'm trying to get to somewhere good. Like, for example, I don't need to measure out here or here to here, right? I know my risk reward is good, right? If I'm not going to let it reclaim VWAP, I know that's good. So I don't spend time drawing it out. But yeah, it does matter to me. I think a lot of people almost pay too much attention to it. You can make money being up. See, this is what I'm saying. I know this is the second leg, but I just can't really take it based on my rules. This is very possible right now, is what I was saying, but just based on my rules, I can't really take it. Andrus green, Trentry red today, DK red, Ramus green. Yeah, Ramus, you had a good week, I think. Rory Scovel was one of my favorites. Great special on Netflix. I'll check that. Priska, mixed bag. Odin on break. Let me move this here because this hurt my neck turning. I bloody knew this was the short. I cannot break my rules, so I'm going to miss it, and that's fine. Let me see. Bowden, pretty much break even this week, but I've learned a lot. I need to be more confident. Missed a few good ones. The Chappelle Show, the best skit of all time. Yeah, those skits were nuts. Mike ending the week green. Richard, mixture, great Monday, Tuesday, bad Wednesday, Thursday, mixed bag today. As long as there's learning lessons in there, you're okay. Phenom, that's what I was wondering. I always feel like too much time is spent on RR on every trade. Yeah, totally. John Dennis, win. You just took that short. All right, mate. Just rub it in, John. Thanks very much. No, I'm happy for you, man. It made sense, doesn't it? What do we always talk about? Two leg. IB2 VWAP. Failing here. All right, offers a trade down. If we reject anywhere here, offers a trade down to here. If we build out liquidity here, it offers a trade lower. If they protect here, then we go range rotation. ES just traded straight back. So SPY is the trader right now. Right, ES is a bit messy, but if you look at SPY from a technical standpoint of what I teach, SPY broke down to the lower time frame algo, found a bid, reclaimed the initial balance, came up to VWAP, rejected and came back to initial balance. This, in terms of how it's performing, is A+. This is so good from a technical standpoint. This is exactly how you want to see a chart moving. Fails, down to a key level, absorption, reject New York Open, reclaim initial balance, higher low, squeeze to VWAP, reject VWAP, back to initial balance. There's offering scalp trades. It's a very nice trader today, SPY. I think everything else is a bit of a shite trade right now. Ken, greed killed me 2 days in a row. So, analyze that. I would say, look, we're into lunch. We can have a chat here. I'm not taking any more trades, so I'm done for the week. Let's talk about why you guys are red, what you've done wrong. Let's just have an honest chat with each other, because I think it can be helpful. So let's just take turns. You can all speak up if you're comfortable to speaking up. You don't have to do it, but so Ken's saying, let me just pull this up here so I can see it. I'm going to have to make this bigger because I've taken my glass off because my eyes hurt. Ken saying greed killed me 2 days in a row. So tell me about that, Ken. What was the greed? Was the greed that you oversized in? Was the greed that you didn't lock in profits? What was the greed? How did the greed manifest? Let's say that. How did the greed? Oh, good eyes, Ramos. How did the greed manifest? You're starting to make lower highs. If you make lower lows here, it's game over. How did the greed manifest? How did it show in your chart? And then let's get back to where that greed comes from, because this will help everyone. If you're willing to share, if you're not willing to share, just say it like someone else, or just let me know in chat. That's also fine. And then I'll just talk about my experience if that's easier. But I think sometimes it's useful because these psychology kind of lessons, we don't talk about that much. I hate that word manifest. I should say, how did it show itself? All right, so Trentry, we'll do you after. Let's just give Ken a chance to answer in case he wants to share. And if not, then we can move on to you. if they start to roll, you're in lunch, you got to be careful. This is the trend. If they start to roll here, if they let go of this, they complete this, there's a move down to here later. They don't have to do it. You're in initial balance, just so you know, before we go into anything else. Don't think Ken said anything. Okay, so let's move on to some others then. I'll give Ken a chance to reply. So let's talk. Andrus saying, my fault. Number one, I overestimate expectation, oversizing by building a position size plus FOMO. Let me just get into that. Overestimate expectation. So you expect them, like, I just want to clarify, you're expecting a bigger move than you get, or do you mean you're expecting yourself to make more money than you're making? And is that why you're oversizing? When you're saying oversizing by building position size, are you building position size like legitimately building into a trade? Or are you adding into a loser? And do you understand when to add to a winner and when to let it work? I guess those are the other things. Andrus, yes, looking for a bigger move. Okay, yeah, so looking for a bigger move. Let's talk about, I'm going to go through each thing at once. Let me know about the other parts of the question. Adding too quickly. Okay, so let's talk about looking for a bigger move. Knowing when to look for a big move and when not to look for a big move. Where does that come from? It comes from the higher time frame. Why was I almost like full of anxiety on that Tuesday session? Well, let's identify why. Because Alex knew there was a massive opportunity. Tuesday session was here. Okay. The opportunity on Tuesday was a breakout because we had higher low, higher low, higher low, and we had trapped sellers against here. Trapped buyers were up here and we broke down and we absorbed. So now I know, okay, we've got trapped sellers here. So I'm licking my lips knowing that as long as we hold above this level, we have expansion, especially given the day of the week it is. So on Tuesday, you can look for bigger trades upside, all right, on that Tuesday, because you have a key, you know shorts are trapped, you have somewhere to trade to. So if we go to a lower time frame, let's get back to Tuesday. Here's Tuesday. This here was overnight. And as we come into the New York Open, we should be looking to get back into this. So I think I was annoyed because I was looking for a deeper dip, but I knew that this day here, shorts were trapped versus this, we should be going upside. That is a day when we're having a break outside. Remember, Friday, where's Friday and Monday? There's Friday's high. There's Monday's high. Let me just clean this up and do it. There's There's Friday's high. You gonna draw it? Yay! There's Friday's high. There's Monday's high. Shorts are trapped down here, right? Do we understand that? So breakout trades are in the market. Breakout pullback, breakout. Everyone trapped underneath. This is a day where you can look for a bigger move because you've got a clear target. Here's your target. We're trying to get up here. Boom. Sideways, 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 sideways. Wednesday finishes the move. All right, Wednesday finishes the move. Probably because we're in an NFP week. Normally, you would expect that move to be finished on Tuesday. Okay, so we finished that move. That is a day you can look for bigger moves. Yesterday, I'm not going to give you edge, but yesterday, we took the weekly previous week high and we were expecting rotation. So we can expect, if we go into a sell, a bigger move because we haven't back tested these levels and we have liquidity. So this gives you the chance to play from 850 down to 550, 600s. All right. My target was this here, 570s or whatever it was, 560s, 570s. So you had a chance to go from 8. You had 250 points there, low risk. Days where we are inside, your expectation needs to be small. Do not be expecting a breakout or a breakdown. Why does it need to do it? All right, so understanding the daily time frame will help you. I think will help you with that a lot. Understanding like when a bigger move is going to come and when it's not. You need momentum, location, breakout traders in the market to go up to a key level. Once we take that key level, we're not looking for that move anymore. We're probably looking for the pullback down. Adding to a winner. Let's talk about adding to a winner. When to add to a winner. Can I go on mainstream? All right. When to add to a winner. Yesterday was a good example of when to add to a winner. All right, I'm going to take all of this off. So you can just see you don't need all of these things. Okay. Buyers, trapped up high. Liquidity trapped in here. We move away from it. So if you don't take a breakout short there, that's fine. Pull back in. Bear flag. What do we do here? 1, 2. Two leg into key level. What's this? Hello. Okay, so there's your short opportunity somewhere in here. Let's say you get short at 55s. Once we start breaking down underneath 800 and VWAP, what can you do there? You're already in from 55s. You can add. Do you add as much size here as you do up here? Probably not, because you don't want your average to be too low. But if you're in like 2, 3, 4 contracts up here and you want to add 1 or 2 in here, you can add it. Once we start moving away violently, we can add in here because we have a clear target. All right. Boom. Cover. What we do not do is if you're getting short, go short, 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 pray it rolls over. What we also do not do is once we've hit the target, go add, 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 or especially we do not add underneath a target without a retest. If you added short down here, you got wrecked because the break and retest, if we think about this level here, we break under it with volume and we reclaim. We do not do this. We reclaim and hold, which is what causes that squeeze. So these guys here get liquidated and then smart money rolls over again for a new liquidation. So knowing when to add in the cycle is key. Not too soon. Remember, NQ will give you 20, 30, 40 points easily in minutes, in a minute, in a second. So if you're adding every 20, 30, 40 points in a normal market, you're going to get hurt. Greed manifests when I go negative. I would hazard a guess, Myron, that rather than that being greed, it's fear. And I'll tell you why. Because you're not willing to take a red trade or a red day, you have a fear of being red. You feel the need to be green all the time. So you keep trading and you keep adding more size. Now, you might think that's greed, but it's not. It's fear. It's fear of you need to accomplish something in yourself, which makes you understand taking a red trade or taking a red day does not make you a loser. It makes you a good trader. We have this infinite thing where we think we have to win all the time. All right. Well, this is how we're built as humans. I want to be the best. I want to be a winner. You know, Lombardian theory in American football, win at all costs. Bollocks. Leave that at the door when you come to trade, because that is just ego. If you want to get into a fight and go into a boxing ring with market makers, you're going to lose. I'm going to lose. Everyone's going to lose. That's their job. So anytime you're having that red day, as long as you've stuck to your rules to get to that point, understand that that's a good day, and you need to find a way of rewarding yourself, not punishing yourself for being red. You cannot be red every day. You cannot be green every day, right? So just like process based, are you going through the right process of how you need to execute your trades? That's probably the most key thing. As long as you're sticking to that process, let's say you put a trade on for initial balance rotation, and it's a legit trade and you lose it. Okay, it's a great trade. You lost. Who cares? You lost. You stuck to your rules. You lost. Then you try and trade a first bounce for a trend trade and you lose that as well. but you know, your risk was in the right place. You put the right size in and you lost. Okay, two losses. You take your third trade. Maybe you're trading, I don't know, a VWAP bounce, and you lose that as well. All right, you lost 3 trades today, but did you do anything wrong? As long as you stuck to your system, you didn't do anything wrong. Do not then think, I've got to go red to green. I need to make up those 3 losses, because chances are, if you've had 3 attempts in the market already, you're running out of attempts in that market. It's not going to present opportunities constantly. You're better off to get off the screens, come back the next day, and if you're in control of your risk, one good trade will change absolutely everything for you. When is my vacation so I can put it on my calendar? I leave Wednesday night. So Thursday, Friday next week, I won't be here. And the week after that, I won't be here. So let's give you the dates. I will be away from the 12th. And I should be back on stream on the 23rd. All right. So from the 12th to the 20th, you won't see me on stream. One red day would have been green. I missed my target by 1 tick, and then I moved the stop down thinking it would go back. I should have see money, take money. Yeah, Richard. So if you're that close to hitting your target, what I tend to do is, like, if I'm really close, let's say this here, this short here and here, and my targets were these guys here. Right, and if I've got like limit orders sat down here and then I've got a runner here, I'm not leaving my stop up here. I'm moving my stop down towards it, especially when we've got aggressive moves like this, because these are very, very fast moves, and the chance of the market wanting to reprice this, even if it comes lower, is big. So I don't want to give away 60 points. So when we start moving aggressively with it, even though I've got limbers here, I've got OCO orders, one cancels others, so I'll move my stop down with it so that if I don't hit my target and there's a reaction, I make sure I lock in money. RTY trader, practice walking away. Yeah, you got to practice walking away. Phenom, what made the short target for you look clear? Are you talking about today, Phenom, or are you talking about yesterday? Hurt my feet. It's a bit awkward here. VIX is still breaking down, sub 17, and the market does not want to pump and does not want to let go. Just massive divergence. This is a stay away kind of moment in this market, especially into lunch. Your example from a moment ago, I already can't remember what a moment ago. Was it this one here? This one here would just be liquidity. All right, so none of these lot, apart from this guy, got taken out. They were all left here resting. I think we went over that at the beginning of the stream. If not, maybe it's what I went over on Discord. My brain is a bit fried. It's the end of the week. Let me just see. I think we might have gone over it at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, there was lots of liquidity down here. And really, I want the market to come into here. All right, this is NFP. This is thin structure. This is a better level to be a buyer off. All right, so I was hoping once we stole this liquidity and traded down, right, I would have really liked us to get into there. And at that point, I would have been risk off. And if we do one of these, I'd be buying it back upside. And if we did one of these, I'd be getting short for a continuation. So it was really based on RBS and liquidity. Same thing yesterday. If my example was yesterday, it's always the same concepts. It doesn't matter what I'm looking at. Yesterday, where we failed up here, buyers trapped, snap. There's your first bounce to short. Where are we going to? There's your level 1. Let's look left. Where's the untouched people? There's one here. Keep going back. Where are some more? Read this guy here. This guy here. You know, you can go all the way down here if you need to. This guy here. So then we go into, where did we go to? Look, we liquidated them all the way down to here. A blue box. Why did we go down to blue box? What is this? What is this here? What is this? There's your W. Where did we break out from? Here. So where do we know it's strong buying? Here. How do we know? Because we've gone down, we've tapered, and we've done strong moves away from it. So the chances are that limit orders are sitting there trying to get picked up. And they got picked up, and then we trade away from it again. So it's always about understanding where market participants are in the market, where they're looking to get filled. All right, this is why I said yesterday. When I left you yesterday, I was like, do not be a buyer up here. Up here is high of month, high of week, high of day. All right, so ask yourself, if you went into a shop and you wanted to buy, I don't know, let's just say TV. Let's say you've gone into, I don't know, your local Best Buy or whatever it is. I don't know what it is, but you've gone into Best Buy and you want to get a new 50-inch TV. And they're like, hey, we've got a brand new offer of a Panasonic TV and it's $5,000. It's just come out. All right, it's just come out. Brand new that month, brand new that week, $5,000. You know, if you just wait a week, that's probably going to be $4,900. Maybe you wait a month, maybe it's $4,000. You wait a year, maybe it's $2,000. Okay, we do not want to buy high of month, high of week, high of day. All right, that is not on sale. Remember earlier that day, it was worth $21,717, that TV. And just a few moments later, it was suddenly trying to be worth almost $22,000. I don't want to pay 22K. Why do I want to pay 22K when I know people earlier that week were buying it for 21,400? It's the same concept. This is literally a marketplace. It's like going into a store, all right, or a market, whatever, however you want to picture it, and trying to get a deal. You want to get a deal, all right? So you want to sell high and buy low. I know it sounds simple, but those are the concepts. And then it's based on, we can buy low if sellers try and sell us down here and lots of people want to buy with us down here, we will move away, all right? And then if they sell that, we'll move down and eventually we'll find value. And when we find value, we'll do this. Okay, so what happened on a daily for quite a lot of time recently is we found value. Right? This right here, we just think about this concept. This right here, this was the market being too expensive. And we went, hey, this is ridiculous. I'm not buying any more up here. So we go on sale. Okay, and the sale lasted from, where was that? February to March. And then in March, we took the sale off for a couple of weeks. And then we went on sale. And we did a massive sale where we were like, everything must go. All right, but imagine this. Everything must go. Boom, here's the big sale. Everything must go. And then down here, smart people went, oh my God, I reckon this is going to be worth a lot in a few years. This is so cheap now, right? Remember, just a few weeks ago, we were worth 22,500 and now we're worth 16,400. This is so cheap now that I reckon I can buy this and make some money, all right? So they've bought, just it can be whatever you want. It can be a car, a vintage car, all right? And it moves away. And some people, as we get up here, they go, oh my God, I've made so much money in the last few days. I'm just going to sell it now. All right. And then any buyer who didn't get it as cheap as they wanted, they go, well, this is cheap enough for me. I'll buy this. And we go all the way up here. And once we get up here, this is where we say we're in value because we are going sideways. All right. Just like here. And why do we know we're in value? Other than we're going sideways here, because the market's told you here, this is what we deemed value for a long time. We deemed this area, I know it's messy, folks. This area we deemed value because we went sideways. All right, we were too expensive above and we were too cheap below, but this area was value. Does that make sense of like how to understand a market, the concept of a market? That's literally it. That's all it is, really. These are invaluable lessons, and it's not because I'm telling it. These are the lessons which, when I learned all this, it started to make sense. You need to create a storyline in your head, right? Create a storyline in your head so that you can understand the moves in the market. That's what you need to create in your head. And if you think about, yeah, it's starting to do it. Thanks, Jeff. Jeff's just winding me up today. You lot in the room are just winding me up today. Just taking, while I teach, just taking the moves. Now I'm proud of you. Well done, folks. Like if you can imagine who the market maker is in the market, he's the owner of the market, right? So let's think. If you had a shop, right? So the shop is the exchange, and the shoes on sale in the shop is the NQ. In this case, so one specific shoe is the NQ. Now, if they've got to get rid of lots of these shoes, what are they going to do? They lower the price. All right, they lower the price of those shoes, so they can sell more of those shoes. Right? If they need to drive the price higher of the shoes to try and make more profits, then they make it a scarcity. Okay, they don't put it on sale. They move price higher. So how do they do that? They restrict the amount that you can buy, right? So they take ownership of it and they keep moving price higher and higher and higher and higher. And that causes FOMO. It makes people think, oh my God, this is going to be worth millions. Look how high it's going. And they chase the market up. And once it's at a massive level where they've got lots of buyers who are anxious because they're like, I want this shoe. It's going to be worth so much money. It's the Pikachu edition of this shoe. It's going to be worth so much money. And then they go, have it all. It's worthless, right? And then it goes crashing down. That is literally what happens in the market. All right. They just convince people that it's good value at the highs and they flood it and make a ton of money from people that want the Pikachu edition of the shoe. It's the best way I can put it. I can't think of another concept, but hopefully that makes sense. They convince people. Remember, people will buy things which are reassuringly expensive. That's just how the mind works. Like, oh, that course must be good. It's $5,000. It's got to be course. That flow zone course is crap because it's only $650. I'm going to buy the $5,000 course. Then they get it and they go, oh, it's shite. What happened there? Well, that's your psychology. Your psychology is telling you it's reassuringly expensive. It must be good. And it works on every time frame. Exactly, Andres. Exactly. It's fractal. It works on every time frame. It's the same concept every time frame. That's all you're doing. So when we're playing between ranges, we're in a market which is like, trapped between like, it's basically in value, but we're on sale down here and we're too expensive up here, and we keep going back and forwards and back and forwards and backwards and forwards until someone wins. And so someone goes, hey, this is ridiculous. This is worth a lot more than we're paying for it. Or, hey, this is bollocks. I don't want to own this anymore. I keep looking here because my screen's here and then you guys are up here. I've got to remember that. All right, that short's starting to play out now. So a 2-try with a peak above. It looked much better on ES, I must admit. It came and filled that imbalance like we talked about on the ES. But here's the sort of kill candle. This is where we failed from. This is where we took the short from. We reprice up. And guess what happened here? They convinced buyers at this point that this market, that this Pikachu shoe is going to be worth millions. So buyers ran in and they went, yeah, you can have as many as you want because we don't want it anymore. Now Pikachu's not worth so much. comes back down to the bottom side of the range. And these will just guide you to show you what's value and what isn't. Get rid of these drawings and then put that back on for you all. Put this on. Back in the room a bit. Good stuff, Alex. Do you have an unfilled cash gap still today on QQQ? I would imagine I do. I've not. Look to the Qs. 1 second. Yes, definitely. Yeah, cash gap QQQ down to 524.78 or 75, somewhere around that. So if they want to do a cash gap fill, they can. They don't have to do it today, remember. But yes, there is definitely a cash gap there. I'd imagine the same on the spiders. Same on the spiders. 593 on the spiders, right? So there is a cash gap there. So if we get a continuation trade, if they are going to start to sell underneath IBL and let go of all those key levels, I'd be, watching the move into here first. You have 5-day moving average here on the SPY. So if they're going to do this move here, this is a partial. If they stay heavy here, then you do have gap fill down to here, and you have Glovex and previous day low underneath. All right, but right here on the SPY is a 5-day moving average. So that would be a moment of safety for the SPY. If they're going to get really heavy, and it doesn't look like they want to do it today, but if they did, I would be considering at some point soon. Now, I'd rather go and hit the top Bollinger Band first, but once we peak out at that top Bollinger, it might mean taking out all-time highs. At that point after that, there is probably a mean reversion trade back down to the 20-day, because it's been a while since we visited it. I'm just giving away so much edge here. But it's been a while since we've come back down to that 20-day. All right, the last time we actually tagged it was all the way back down in April. And we've been in this 5-day Bollinger Band grind, and then we went sideways, almost tagged it here. SPY did tag it here. SPY also, I think, tagged 200-day here. So it's important to note that. You have the divergence. But once we peak out, notice we've got a coiling. Right, and this would probably be here. Once we peak out here, I'd imagine by the time we do that, 20-day would be here. We'll come and do a mean reversion. These will be coiling and tight, and then it's going to have to make a decision. So I'd almost rather we do this, because then if we go into recessionary pressure, this back down to here is an opportunity, and here Alex will be a buyer long term. All right, so I'm always looking ahead. That's kind of how I'm framing it in my head, how they might want to move the market. It's a very common move. Andres, so it means if we use upside down psychology, buying cheap, selling expensive, we are on market maker's side. Yes, I mean, that is the game in the market. It's just you're not big enough to absorb. If we're selling really hard because they need to get rid of inventory, you're not big enough, I'm not big enough, no one in this chat room, unless one of you is a market maker, is big enough to absorb that sell pressure. So we don't guess the bottoms. We have areas where we think, all right, the big whales will come and buy. Once they start buying it and we can see, oh, there's a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low on a lower time frame, we can go, okay, we'll buy here. That's cheap. It's an area I want to buy. Like I just talked about, I think what I would like to happen, whether it happens or not is different. What I would like to happen is this market go out of here, back inside the Bollinger, back to 20-day, 5-day, 20-day cross, and down to here. Now, I think this is a level where market makers might want to buy. So if we come down here and on a lower time frame, I see something like this, or something like this, or something like this, I'm going to start positioning myself long, because I know it's a level of interest that market makers are buying, and then I can try and get back to all-time highs. So I'll be buying cheap to sell high. And really, at that point, I'm not selling at all. If I'm honest, if I'm able to get that move there, I'm going to assume we break out of all-time highs and we come back to here. I'm not looking to sell until we get here and here. And really, I'm probably not looking to sell ever, because if we do this move and then we break out and do this, then really I don't ever expect it to return here until we go into a major recession. And what would that be like? Well, market likes to repeat itself. There's COVID. There's Trump administration. There's the pullback into just in front of RBS. There's the push. There's the inverted head and shoulders. And there's the breakout into 2025 highs. So what am I looking for here? Looking to join the right shoulder for this move here. Yeah. Simple. Repeatable, simple. What does that look like when we do it on lower time frame? Think about the trap that I look for pretty much every day when I'm buying high. What's the trap that I look for? If we're buying high, same thing. No continuation today, same thing. We're buying high. Same thing, right? It's literally the same thing. It's never, ever, ever going to change. If we're selling high, same thing. It's the same thing every time, same time frame, same concept, same idea. Nothing changes, just the time frame changes. The patterns are the same. Thanks. Getting better on the gaps and imbalances. Nice, Tim. Yeah, you're starting to see them, which is great. What makes it clear on the chart, if you're in a position, that it was a sweep and not a breakdown? It's how we react afterwards. How we react afterwards. So this level here, what happened once we dig under and into these levels? Do we close and show a willingness to move lower, or do we move with a big engulfing bar up? Yeah, you would want a willingness to move lower. That's all the differences with a sweep or not. The other sort of condition that helps is like overall, even though we can change here, but overall, on the right chart, overall, we're trying to move higher. All right, so it's a good chance that the market will want to do this. So unless it starts letting go of this and comes down to here, this can just be building out still to go higher. That's why there's lots of opportunities in this trade, in this chart, both ways right now, because we're in a range at highs. But this is a bit of a peak formation. This can be a right shoulder here versus this, a bit of a quasi, so a little bit slanted, but it's too early really to say if it's going to break. But if it breaks under here, there is a trade back to here available, because this is where we broke out from on NFP this morning, and this is a big level. If we break underneath that, then we're going to come back to point of origin, where everyone bought very, very cheap overnight. So it's all about, in terms of sweep or anything else, it's about the reaction after we get to that level. Once we hit that level, it looks very good for the short here, guys. You look, I know some of you are in this right now. You look very, very good. Would have preferred it just did 2, but 1, 2, and this is really a failure because it's just a wick. If you move this to a line chart, you will not see this. And there is rotation, there is trend, there is backside of the move, here is clear target, partial into these. If you're taking this, partial into these, please. And if you get a breakdown underneath, you are holding runners. Now, respect these levels. Respect these levels, respect the volume from yesterday. And if you get very heavy, down here. It's starting to play out now. We've been waiting for this all day, but it is starting to play out for you now. But just make sure you're paying yourself some money. JD, Alex, my Florida, JD Florida man, I couldn't even say the word. Alex, your holiday coming up has prompted me to purchase NT indicators. Did you just get them today? If you've got them today, I haven't checked my emails. I'll get you set up. Yes, she did. Okay, let me get you. You've just applied for it. Hang on, let me get you set up. Drop me an email with your machine ID. So if you go to help in NinjaTrader and about, copy and paste that machine ID for me. Send it over. I'll get you set up now. Because I won't be able to do any of those while I'm away. Because unfortunately, I have to be on this system to do it, which is annoying. You'll see how much better they are on NinjaTrader. They're so clean. Did you email it? I've not seen it. Maybe it's just taking a minute to come through. Give it a minute to come through. I haven't seen it yet. Still look good here. The short looks good, folks. You look very good. How many of you are on stream right now? Ramus, nice. Nice, nice. All right, I might do a giveaway here. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? What's the best way to do a giveaway? Let me try and find a way of doing it. Anyone know what's the best way of me doing this? I'm going to do a giveaway. What's the best site to use for people in chat? Flattery will get you nowhere. But can I do bot tricks now, or do I have to have already... Yeah, no, I've just never done it before. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to figure it out. Trying to find. If anyone knows, let me know. Because I'm happy to do one. I'm just trying to find a way of doing it. I will give away an Apex account, any size you want. I think it's any size. I'll just check. I'm pretty sure it's any size and any one. I can find the email. Be good if I could find the email, wouldn't it? Sure, I've got it. What do they say? Yeah, any size evaluation. Yeah, there you go. Short's going. We said it was coming. All right, so please make sure you're paying yourself a little bit of money here. Look how beautiful that move is. Right, now your runners are all the way down here. All right, if they're going to start melting that, that's where your runners are. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So it's been nice that I stayed here with you. This now, all right, if this starts breaking down and making lower lows, you can look for this kind of move or under here to here, and you can look for the same thing here, but I'd expect they'll try and hold that level. They might not. If they're done for the day, done for the weekend, they might not, but just hold your runners now. Looks good. Well, we were talking about the short up here, weren't we? We were talking about the two leg. It offered a third with a sweep. So really, for me, the short was once they got stuck and started failing. All right, underneath New York, underneath VWAP, underneath these levels, there's a rotation back to initial balance. Remember, VWAP to initial balance, that's your trade. Now your runners, if we start staying heavy underneath the initial balance now, if they're starting to build out here and keep rejecting the initial balance, you're looking for a move down into this blue box. That's what we're always looking for today. I'm trying to figure out how to give away an Apex thing here. I cannot find how to do it. Let me ask ChatGPT. If I can't find it, we're going to have to do it another day. I will do it, though. I've got some to give away for the next 10 weeks or so. Does it really? All right, let's have a look. Giveaways, Nightbot. Oh, it does. You're right. It's good, wasn't it? It's a good sell. Is that working? Okay, so it should work. Type FZT. There'll be one winner, one Apex account, any size. We're going to start doing this consistently now, every week on stream. Hopefully this will work. So FZT, if you want to enter, it will pick one winner. I've got it running in Nightbot. I'll give you until the top of the hour. So you've got 90 seconds. 90 seconds. If you're a member, it will enter you twice automatically. Look at the chat. Lots of you here. SVT. Some of you are posting SVP. It will not enter you if you do not post SVT. FZT. FZD. It will not enter you twice, right? You only need to do it once. Don't spam it. It won't do it twice. I'll give it until the top of the hour. Most of you should have locked in some of your profits there. You are holding runners for breakdowns lower, but again, we are in range rotation. If ES rejects, all right, if ES trades up here to its initial balance and rejects it, you might have that head and shoulder with a neckline break setting up. But, you know, you have to protect your profits. We are in a see money, take money environment. Congratulate all of you who took that short while I was talking about it and telling you what I'd be looking for. You look good, but please, please, please make sure you are paying yourself some money. 8 more seconds here, and then we're going to cut it off. It's completely random. Right, I can show you just so that you know it's completely random. I don't want you to think there's anything in here. No, anyone can enter, Ken. Anyone can enter. Anyone watching right now can enter. In fact, you've entered because you've written FCT. All right, let's see. Look at that. He is not going to believe, but it's done it random. Miguel is the winner. Be chuffed with that. Miguel, I will sing as you are on. Are you still here, Miguel? I assume you're here as you've typed it. All right, Miguel, I will send you the code. As you are a member, I will send you the code on Discord for you, my friend. Let me send that now. All right, so any size account, any account that you want. Congratulations. All right, we're going to start doing this regular, team. On here, start giving away more for you guys. I will think about doing like one mega one a month. Maybe at the end of each month or end of each quarter, we'll do like a big old giveaway worth like $1,000 or more. So maybe we'll do like the flow zone course and the indicator and an Apex account or something like that. Maybe once a month or once a quarter. But you guys have got to help me build the channel if we're going to do that, because that's me reinvesting into you lot. It's been fun just hanging with you guys today, having a bit of fun. One thing I didn't mention, I don't remember who asked me. One of you asked me about Bullnox, and I said I don't trade with them, but I will try and get you an offer. Okay, I have actually got you 75% off. I totally forgot to mention it at all this week. I can't remember who asked. Right, so this link here, and you need to use code FZT75. That will get you 75% off Bullnox accounts. All right, I can't remember which one of you asked for it, but there you go. It is limited. There are a limited amount of those 75% accounts, and I think they end in September. All right, so you can use as many as you want, I think, for each individual, but I've only got so many of them, 75%. Right, so continuation short looks good. They are still breaking down. Look at ES. It's rejecting the initial balance low. As long as you've taken a partial and paying yourself, you are looking for the target all the way down here. Value area low, high time frame algo, Globex, and an RBS level. All right, and then if you break underneath that, you can think about all the way down to a Globex low and previous day low. But you're looking good. You are looking good just to sit in the short and let it work right now. As long as you've taken some profits, you can just sit in this and let it work. Yeah, newsprint lows, it's possible, isn't it, Coop? We talked about worth talking about this newsprint low. It is possible to come back and revisit this NFP low. Absolutely. All I'd be sort of slightly careful of, the only thing I'd be slightly careful of is sort of a rough channel like this. All right, so just you've got to take some money off the table when you get down into it. Underneath this swing as well, take a bit of money off the table. If it starts to melt, you look good, especially if VIX can get going the upside. Quick look on the book here to help you out. You've got buyers down here, 740, 735, 730, 710. The biggest order right now, 64 lot down at 700. Then you've got 687. Nothing really below that for me. I'm going to check on the other one just to make sure. Yeah, nothing else. So trade down to 687. So 700, 687. It fits, doesn't it, with our analysis, with what we were looking for. If you think about what's on the book down below, all right, this is where we're trying to get to. These guys here. So the book is telling us the same thing, which is nice confluence. The book's saying, hey, we want to get there as well. It doesn't have to get there. It might take all day to get there, but the book is saying that's where the liquidity is. Yeah, we'll start doing more and more giveaways, folks. Hourly candles look bearish. They look, for me, they look... I'd be cautious saying that. I don't disagree with you. I think we're going to search into this imbalance, but this is an RBS. For me, these hourly candles, for a bigger move on the hourly, it's not until we get under this. But to here, yep. If we reject this here, yep. Do I think we get under this today? Probably not. This looks great for you, though. Here you go. Absolutely slamming it now, aren't they? You guys look fantastic for lower prices right now. There you go. Look, what a melt. We're coming towards that blue box. Make sure you are moving your stop down. Pay yourself some money. Do everything you need to do. Kind of kicking myself that I've helped you and told you what I think would happen, and I haven't taken a thing myself. There we go. VIX starting to break upside here. You want to see VIX break out of 1740, 1760 for gap fill. W for the team. Nice work, Coop. There you go, Phenom. That's exactly it. Man, I was feeling bad after taking 7 losses in a row the last 2 days, and these shorts just paid them all off. That is the difference between having the correct risk reward, which you clearly do. If you can afford to take 7 losses and make it all back in one good trade like this, that is the difference, isn't it? Fantastic. Clint plus 400 finally. Lovely work. Lovely work. So yeah, fading underneath the initial balance here. All right, underneath view up. We're trying to get down to here, but you've got to pay yourself. This is an hourly imbalance down here and the NFP candle. Can it go lower? Absolutely, but it doesn't have to go in one straight line. Does not have to go in one straight line. Doesn't have to do it at all if it doesn't want to. So just be smart. Quite happy sitting with you here right now. Not trading. Like I said, I haven't touched anything else since the beginning of the day, just so you know. I don't want you to think I'm trading without you. Just enjoying teaching and hanging out and making sure you're all okay. And that's the beauty of adding to winners, Phenom said. There you go. Lovely work. Nice work, Coop. Right, remember, you will need rejection of VWAP and initial balance here for continuation. If they do not reject that, do not be surprised to see a failed auction, because for me, like I said, the hourly is not really that bearish. It is not really that bearish. It is still ranging. We're just in these levels. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, failed breakdown of the low, failed breakdown of the high. Friday, right? So we're playing rotation to here. This is why I'm trying to get to here. It makes sense. If we get under there and react, yes, we can maybe get a trade down to here later in the session. But really, your easy money's is happened. It should have been there for you. All right, I'm going to get out of here in about 1 minute. Come to the top of the hour with you. No worries, Glenn. I don't think your read's bad. Like the last 3 candles have shown you where it wants to go. But just try and look at where we found support and just think, hey, this hourly can afford to trade back there and still hold and still be bullish. Remember, hourly candles are big. They can do big moves and still hold an RBS and still be bullish. High, will it be long? Yes, reverse. Where? In the blue box? It could be. It could not be. Yeah, it's an area of interest. I wouldn't call it anything else. Do I think they could hold it? Yeah. Might they do something like that? Yeah. Might they do that? Yeah. Might they do this and sell? Absolutely. They can sell lower because there's still a reason to come and clean these guys out. Remember, I think the beginning, go back to the very, very beginning of this session. I talked about how no one here has been liquidated, and that makes me a bit uncomfortable. All we've got is higher highs and higher lows and higher highs and higher lows and higher highs and higher lows and then an NFP. None of these guys have been liquidated. Now, it doesn't mean it has to do it today, but if we reject underneath where we reacted from for NFP, this is low volume because it's Asia and London, and no one's been liquidated. So there's lots of stops to get raided down there. If they want to do it, they don't have to do it today, but it's just a good reason to understand that if we trade down to this blue box, it does not mean that you have to buy it. There's no guarantee in this market of anything. Hey, Darren. All right, everyone, I'm out of here. I gave you an extra hour today. We gave away a free account. You guys made money with me in that extra hour. You've hit, like I said, you've hit partials, you've hit reasons. You're finding bids on key levels. Your EMAs, your imbalances, your RBS levels. It's starting to find bids in some of these levels. So just be patient. Make sure you pay yourself. Have a fantastic weekend. Make sure you get off the screens. I cannot say it enough. Especially if you've had a tough week. All right, I'm exhausted. I've had a decent week, but most of it was hard work. Get off the screens. Get off the screens. Get off the screens. Go and do some fun things. It really doesn't matter what that is. Just something that gives you enjoyment in life. Make sure you've got your values in the right places, right? You should be enjoying spending time with, I don't know, your friends, your family, pets, doing hobbies, all these things. If you want to back test for a bit, sure, do it. But do not become overly obsessive where you're not giving yourself a break. You will burn out. You will burn out. It's a real thing, and you'll start getting in your own head. So you want to come to these screens Monday feeling refreshed, ready to go, not feeling exhausted from overstudying. All right? I will see you guys Monday morning and we'll go again. Peace and love, everyone. Be safe, be kind to each other, use hard stops. I'm sure you're going to have some headlines coming out today. Please be careful. I'll catch you guys later.